I'm Scott Al Miller. It is Thursday night, and that means it is time for Live from Nicaragua, and we are just getting this party started. We are quite late. It is after 7. I don't know when's the last time we did one this late, but it's been I don't know, just a busy day. So here we are, running late, but we did get a video out today. It's doing well for that first little bit, as you do from a video, and here we are, getting the show on the road. Thanks everyone for hopping in and being willing to come late, and I have some wine. It's actually been a good day, just a busy one, so nothing wrong, nothing bad. It feels like, I don't know, something about the day made it seem like it was early. Like, I just looked at the time that it's after 7, totally blew me away. I was like prepping to start at 5, but like I had to get the video done. There's just been a lot going on. But work has been good, so happy with all of that. DJ Luke, how you guys doing? Good to have you here. I gotta say, so this is for all the people that were waiting to have come on. I was just looking at the comments on the show, which I don't have a chance to look at very much. I've been head down programming for the last month, it turns out, which is amazing when you're doing that, how fast a month flies by, right? Like, that's damn. But I was looking at some of the comments, and someone had a comment that my video on Ometepe from 2-3 years ago, early 2023, yeah, so over 2.5 years ago, he said I talked so much that he was unwilling to do research because I talked too much about Ometepe, and so he was no longer going to research moving to Ometepe. People have this interesting take as if I'm maybe paid for each confirmed person who moves to Nicaragua, or that I have some intrinsic desire for an unlimited number of people to move to Nicaragua, that like I just want to flood the country with illiterate foreigners. And the reality is I don't. Like, I feel really good that guy's not moving here. I don't know anything about him, but that comment was really stupid. And if he couldn't, one, listen to a little bit of talking, or two, watch a different video and chose what country he's going to live in based on one YouTuber talking more than he likes, thank goodness. I say we've dodged a bullet on that one. So happy about that. Like, some of these comments are so stupid. Like, it could be a bot, but I don't know. Like, bots would be smarter than that, I think. I do a lot of work, have over the last month, with ChatGPT, and I have to say, ChatGPT is definitely more intelligent, more devious, but more intelligent than a lot of the people who put on these kinds of posts. Like, they just don't make sense, right? Like, they're dumb. And often don't have coherent sentences. But ChatGPT is dumb, right? But very coherent in almost all cases. The chances that you're going to get some incoherent rambling is actually quite low. The chances that it's going to be really stupid is quite high. But that it's going to ramble, that I feel is like the sign. And now, of course, bots are going to figure that out, right, and start rambling and being like completely crazy for different reasons. That'll happen. But there was a guy from Panama on TikTok that does relocation. He said he met with YouTuber to talk about Nicaragua. He's met with me as a YouTuber, I assume. All the stuff he was given for reasons to move to Panama, most of them are the same here but better. I mean, I lived in Panama before here, right? So my own a guy from Panama on TikTok that does relocation. He said he met with YouTuber to talk about Nicaragua. All the stuff he was given for reasons to move to Panama, most of them are the same here but better. Yes. It took me a second, TJ, to realize what you were saying. It might be, are you sure it was a TikToker from Panama and not someone who traveled? I don't remember meeting a TikToker from Panama. But no, it's true. So Panama and Nicaragua, the things that made me want to go to both great countries. I love them both. Panama is way more expensive. Panama is more dangerous. Panama is much harder to move to, right? AKL, how's it going? Larry's here. Hey, Larry. Larry got to hang out with me last week. One of the reasons I'm so stressed, I got abandoned at the hotel. I was supposed to be there to work for 30 minutes, and Larry stopped in. This is last week. Almost a week ago. I guess it was this week. This is the first live since then. And so thankfully Larry came out for two reasons. One, I was supposed to be there for like 30 minutes. Realistically, I knew I was going to be there an hour working at the beach, and I'm all like, I got a little bit of time. So Larry came out, And then we ended up hanging out for a good 6 hours at least. And I was there before he got there. So it was like 6.5 hours that I got abandoned at the beach for work. And so thank you, Larry, for coming out and hanging out, because I would have been alone that whole time. But also, when I was finally able to return to work, Larry took me home because I also didn't have a ride. I got like abandoned working at the beach. Like, it was terrible. And I had a lot of work to do. So I was a little bit stressed. So really appreciated that. But Larry and I got to hang out this week. But yeah, I mean, Panama's fantastic, right? And there are better things there than Nicaragua, for sure. Like, Nicaragua isn't a complete slam dunk in every possible way. We definitely have better medical care. That's a big one. And lower cost and safety, right? Those three, Nicaragua's got you. And way more space and way more people. So if those things matter, they're not really like... Some people like those, some people don't. Panama has advantages of a very dense city. You don't want to say a bigger city, because I think it's very much the same size as Managua, but Managua feels like a big sprawling village, and somehow Panama City feels like Dubai, so that's interesting. It's really good on museums, except we have the better art museum, but they've got all the other better, like they got a better nature museum, they got the canal museum, some of that stuff's really good. They have some really cool ruins, better than our ruins. The city itself is great, and it's got... subway and all kinds of stuff. They're always building things. They have loads of money. The canal zone is super interesting. Beautiful stuff. If you like big city feeling, but not actually a big city, Panama's really, really good. And I mean, there's just a lot that I like about Panama, right? But my favorite things really were, it was my first time in Latin America living here, and it was fantastic. I love Latin America. Now I realize that a lot of those things I like in all of Latin America, right? Panama was just an example of it. I do like visiting there. I think the city's fantastic. I like the culture. I just enjoy it. But I think to live in Panama, everything just costs more, and it's more dangerous than Nicaragua. Like, where's the upside in the grand scheme of things? Unless you need access to the airport. Their airport is fantastic, so if you're a jet setter and you need an airport all the time, that's a pretty big factor if you want to live in the city and be right by the airport. We've always considered, if we had to leave Nicaragua, Panama is very high on our list. Guatemala is higher, but Panama is very high on our list. We could move there and be perfectly happy, for sure. But we chose Nicaragua, and every day, right, we continue to choose Nicaragua. Our ability to move to Panama is very good. If we decided Panama was the better place for us, we could get in the car and drive there. Like, right now. It's an easy drive. We could be there tomorrow. And we don't, because we prefer it here. But it's nice to know we have that option, and certainly I love it. It's great to have as a country right next door, and I want to go spend more time there, for sure, because I miss it. TJ says, except the availability of flights and better medical care. Well, they have better flights, we have better medical care. I definitely would avoid Panama for medical care. This was my video today, is that of all the countries in the region, Panama is the number one that I would avoid for medical care. I would use anybody else in a pinch. And I, having lived there, having had employees there, it's the only country in the region we've ever had to fly, ever known, like family and friends, we've had to fly out to go somewhere else for medical care. Never in Nicaragua have I known someone who had to leave for medical care that I knew myself. Like the Allison's Journey story, yeah, she had a very specific North American thing. But in Panama, it was that they had corrupt healthcare and were going to destroy her life, and they were able to go get good healthcare nearby. Now, Panama is very close to good healthcare. But once you're getting on a plane, you're getting on a plane. Panahungla. Oh, okay. Brent is here. Hello. Larry says, Panama Caribbean coast is excellent. Lived in Bocas del Toro 1 year. Used to love taking the subway in PC. Yeah, in PTY. Yeah, having a subway. I lived about 90 minutes west in Rio Hato of the city, which I also really liked. Right? Like, I really like the city. I love the urbaneness of Panama City. It's certainly fantastic, and one of my very closest friends lives right downtown and has for forever. So when I hang out with her, we go and do Panama City stuff, and it's just loads of fun. It's such a beautiful city. It's such a walkable city. It's just different than you get other places. It's unique across Latin America, right? So it's great for that. I've been to the Caribbean coast, obviously, having lived there. It's nice for sure. I have not actually done Bocas, so I feel guilty. Like, I lived in Panama but never went to Bocas. But I did a lot of the Pacific. Like, I spent a bit of time in El Valle, in the Azuero, and in PTY, and we lived in Rio Hato, so we really had a life in the Rio Hato area, which was so different. For those who know me, it's funny, of the places I've lived around the world, actually this is really interesting. If you know me well, you probably picture me as a very city person, which is very true. I love big cities. I grew up between Rochester and Buffalo. Toronto is my home city. I've lived in Manhattan. I've lived in Dallas. I put in tons of time in Houston, Washington, D.C. Like, cities are my jam. So I'm very much and I want to live downtown. Like, I want to be in the heart of things. I want to be able to walk to everything. Guatemala City is my thing. I love Rome. I love Madrid. Don't like London. Don't really like New York. Worked in downtown San Francisco. So when I then lived abroad, when I lived in Panama, I lived way out west in this rural little resort community, which was really interesting. So it was an expat enclave, but not North American expats. It was Costa Rican expats, which was interesting, right? So I didn't feel like I was really betraying the concept of moving to Panama, but I was surrounded by foreigners from the rest of Latin America. Super interesting. And really enjoyed high-rise urban living in the middle of nowhere. Like, it's very cool. When I lived in Spain, I lived in a village of 400 people on top of a mountain, so far removed from everything. When I lived in Italy, I lived in southeastern Sicily. That was one of the more urbane places that I've lived abroad, but still remote bit of an island. When I lived in Greece, I lived on Crete, on an island. When I lived in Ukraine, I lived downtown Kiev. That was super urban, right downtown Kiev. Loved that. That was fantastic. When I lived in Romania, small village in the middle of Transylvania, our nearest city was Regan, which you probably don't know. It's a satellite city of Târgu Mureș, you probably also don't know, which is a satellite city of Cluj-Napoca, which you should know but probably don't, which is the second city of the country. So we were out there, right, hours from Cluj. So generally when I've lived abroad, it has been in absolutely tiny places, very, very rural. Of all the places I've lived, I've had more city living in Nicaragua than any of the others, except Kiev, obviously. And so it's funny that so much of my living abroad experiences have been these weird, out-of-the-way places, but when I'm, like, choosing places on my own, I'm like, big city, let's go. Larry said, TJ says, I asked him what was better about Panama over Nicaragua. He said a bunch of stuff that was just not correct. He was talking about Panama using the US dollar. I said, so does Nicaragua, and he told me no, and I'm like, yeah, they do. My dad is here. Howdy. Sorry I'm running late, but I have my wine tonight. Thanks to April, who left it behind. She hid it in the fridge so that I wouldn't find it, but she left it, and I found it. Sometimes I do look in the fridge. What a busy day it's been, but good. Wait, breaking news. For those who didn't see, Hulk Hogan died today. Ozzy Osbourne died this week. You must know that one by now. And, of course, Malcolm Jamal Warner passed away down here in Costa Rica, which is really surprising. And before anyone says, who's Malcolm Jamal Warner? Theo Huxtable from The Cosby Show. He had several sitcoms after that, but mostly he's a writer and producer. And for the younger set, very importantly, he was the creator of the Magic School Bus. TJ said he did say he didn't know much about Nicaragua. Did he do a comparison and didn't know much about Nicaragua? That's always the problem, right? Like, it's like that guy who did the Paraguay one. Now, that guy was just a scammer. But, there's a lot of, like, I'm going to do comparison. I try not to do this, right? Comparison between countries that I've never spent time in. I don't feel comfortable doing real comparisons outside of, like, the general vibe and feel with places like Bolivia. Even though I've had offices there for years and I spend time there and I talk to them every day. Like, I know a lot about Bolivia. I do banking in Bolivia constantly, right? I still don't feel very qualified to do a heavy comparison, right? You have to live someplace for a while. Somebody posted on the channel today, my gosh. And, honestly, at some point you gotta be like, well, I'm kind of glad we didn't get these people. You know, I want to promote people moving into the country. I said this at the beginning, right? The person who, it's too much to listen to my show, I'm not going to move to Nicaragua. Well, thank goodness, you're right. Like, we dodged a bullet as a country. But someone posted, you know, Nicaragua's so expensive, it's $2,500 a month. It's all the prices are the same as America. You know, we thought it was a good place to retire, but we decided against it after looking online. Great. Good thing you're not coming here. You are not prepared to live abroad, right? You do not understand how to research things. You don't know how to think critically. Common sense has gone out the window. Oh, my dad just mentioned, yeah, Chuck Mangione also passed. Someone from the community did message me about an hour ago. Chuck Mangione is from my hometown. Very famous jazz performer. Just passed away. Luke said, don't feel stupid. But yeah, at some point when people are just like, oh, the cheapest place in the Western Hemisphere, I can't afford to live there, but I can afford to live in more expensive places. Think about the phrase you just said, right? If this isn't setting off all kinds of red flags, oh my gosh, I just said the dumbest thing ever, then great that you're not moving here, sorry. Like, yeah. I know everyone kind of, there's a certain amount of like, can't you want everyone to move here? I'm like, no, I don't want everyone to move here. I want all the good people to move here, right? Like all of them. All the great expats come here. All the people who are doing no research and are just whiny and going to post negativity and be all like that, you know what? That's why we have this channel, so you can learn to go somewhere else. I have no pity. Go to Costa Rica. They embrace that attitude. And they don't actually. They hate me for sending people there. But they could shut their doors. They could be like, are you the person who put the nasty comments about Nicaragua on Scott's channel? No visa for you. Right? They have that power. They should do that. Right? They should use my show as a filter. They should really, I mean, Costa Rica really should maybe take a page out of Nicaragua's book and be like, we're going to scan a little bit more and pay attention and be like, do you actually want to be in Costa Rica? Are you going to be a good expat? Or are you here because you just did no research and you're going to be a disaster once you're here? Probably they would do well to turn those people away. Send them, you know, to Puerto Rico. A lot of Americans think that's a foreign country, so, and you can just be like, no, they'll let you in, trust me. Larry says Denzel is starring in a movie about Ernie Banks from the Cubs. Cool. TJ says, I told him I'd been living in Nicaragua for almost a year and wanted to know the difference between the two. And he didn't know. Renee is here. Hey, Renee. Luke says, I want some of the good people here. Larry says, Panama's very expensive. Downtown condo 10 years ago, $2,500 per month rent. Wow. When I was there, it was 10 years ago, we were getting, now we weren't downtown, but we were getting amazing condos for like $300-400. Not downtown was more, but when we were looking, we were able to find it like 800 or so. Now it's certainly more. TJ says apparently Amazon now delivers to Panama straight. You know, and that's one of those things like that's cool, but is it actually useful in some particular way? Probably not. And people will mention it as if it matters, but if they deliver straight, there may be all kinds of taxes and fees. Who knows? I mean, it's nice that they do, but I get Amazon just fine here. Brent says, swimming around in the strong surf is fun, but not just casual swimming around. Really need to keep your wits about you and be reasonably strong swimmer. I guess, case a yes. Malcolm Jamal Warner got caught by a riptide on the Caribbean coast in Limon, which is surprising. You don't normally see that in Limon, but it can happen, obviously. Obviously, but yeah. In his case, I see. Caribbean coast. Like, who would have guessed that was going to happen? You know, typically we think of the Caribbean coast as so safe, so just, you don't have to worry about that stuff, right? But I don't go swimming in the ocean, right? Like, I don't know if you know this, there's fish in there. That's gross. I don't want to swim with fish. Like, not my thing. It's very funny, because, like, people love the ocean, and I'm very adventurous, but I'm just like, I find the ocean gross. I appreciate the ocean. I would like us to protect it and keep it clean and all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to actually going into it, no, I'll pass. I have no interest. I love sitting on the shore. I love living near it. I love that it's there and all that good stuff. But when it comes right down to it, I don't want to be in it. That is not appealing. Not my thing. So what's everybody up to this weekend? What do we got going on? I will be head down programming, I think, most of the weekend. Although, my friend Ava, who you know on the show, moved to Australia, is moving back. The harsh reality of not moving to Nicaragua set in. I think that a lot of what happened to her was that they really didn't internalize how much Australia was like the United States and not like Nicaragua. And in Nicaragua, like, just move and hope for the best, right? One way or another, things are going to work out for you, and you might have a fee, you might get a slap on the wrist, you may have to go to Costa Rica for a little bit, but like, things are always solvable. And moving to Australia, nothing's solvable, right? Just like the U.S. You go there without a plan, no. Go there without approval before you get there, no. Those are not things you can do. It's just, that is the culture of that part of the world, that is that culture, right? And coming from Nicaragua, if you don't know the rest of the world, if you haven't experienced it, it's sometimes like, well, yeah, of course, people from there, they don't know, right? They say it's hard because they don't want you to go, or they say it's hard because they don't compare it, or they just say it's hard because they heard. But Nicaraguans say all kinds of things about Nicaragua, and then you get here and it's safe and cheap and all these really easy things. So I think Nicaraguans often get conditioned that everything's going to be okay, and it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission and a lot of things like that. Well, when you go to Australia, that is not the case, and so she has been there 87 days, and just discovered that her visa has a no extension clause, which I don't know why she didn't know. And so her plan of getting an extension didn't play out, and her permanent move to Australia is now a very temporary one, and she will be back here very soon. Not sure what her plans are from there, but that is the situation there. So she'll be back in just a couple days. Actually, I need to ask her when her flight is, because I probably need to go collect her at the airport. But yeah, that is what happened there. That is pretty much what we predicted. We knew that the trust that the Australian government would be reasonable was obviously not a well-placed trust. Larry says, you could find them for $1,400 then, lived in the company apartment across the street from the Ritz-Carlton. Nice area. TJ says, I'm trying to make a trip to PriceSmart. Luke says, the ocean. Have you seen what we've been dumping in there for years? Luke also says, local misinformation, like being wanted not to attend film the day of the revolution. I had so many folks happy to see me attend with them. Oh, yeah. Yeah, everything everywhere is misinformation. It's not unique to Nicaragua or anything like that. But I think that Nicaraguans get misled in this opposite direction, right? As Americans, we have this feeling that everything is hard, so coming to Nicaragua, everything must be hard. We fall for the story that things will be difficult. Oh, you're going to go to Nicaragua, you're not going to have this, you're not going to have that, everything's going to be hard. Because we come from a place where everything's hard, everything's expensive, and when people warn you, they mean it. In Nicaragua, they come from a world where everything is easy, and when people warn you, they don't really mean it. It's, oh, I heard, I don't really, it's not really, like, you'll get away with it, right? And so when we move abroad, we have all this like, oh, I've got to do all this paperwork ahead of time. There's all these things that we feel like we have to do, all this mental overhead that we're prepared for. And when we get there, then we're like, whoa, I didn't have to do any of that. All these things I was worried about for no reason. But in reverse, Nicaraguans with the exact same misinformation end up places being like, what are you talking about? The government's not out to get you. People don't actually drive you to the border and throw you in the ocean. There's no concentration camps, like all these like really, and then you go and you find out that that is exactly what there is, and it is very scary, and penalties are very real, and you're like, oh, oh, there's a very harsh, cruel world out there that Nicaraguans are not often prepared for. Ronnie says, so if connecting to internet in US, get VPN to protect my devices or get Nika internet and VPN, additional VoIP thoughts? Well, it depends what you're doing. So you don't use VPN for protection. That's the first thing. VPNs have purposes, but protecting you is not one of them. I don't know what it would protect against, but it doesn't protect you. That is for sure. You have to have Nika internet no matter what to get to whatever. And VoIP, any VoIP is good. VoIP MS is what I would probably get, and some people have recommended recently. I know them well, so they would be who I would use. But VPNs, no, I wouldn't use a VPN anywhere ever. A lot of danger to VPNs. Now, if you need it for like work, you need to obfuscate things for work, you need a VPN to trick Netflix or something like that, absolutely. That is a tool for that. That is its purpose. But none of those things is for protection. So just be aware of what your end goal is, what you're trying to accomplish with the VPN, and that'll determine whether one makes sense for you. And if you need one to obfuscate for like Netflix, then simple things normally work. If you need to obfuscate for work, you need a deep understanding of what your work is doing to make choices about that. You don't want to you have to be careful, right? Because there's a lot of artifacts that go into that, and it's very easy to end up in a position where you didn't think through all the things, and the VPN may protect you against one thing, and then you realize that you had a company laptop or something, and they know exactly what you're doing. VPNs do not keep you anonymous in any way. Not sure. So being from Nicaragua keeps you anonymous. VPNs actually mean that there's an independent private company somewhere that has every bit of your data in a way that you would never want, right? So, yeah, anonymity would be great, right, if it was magic. If you could just choose to be anonymous, of course, choose to be anonymous, right? Don't choose not to be anonymous. But be aware that, so if you're building your own VPN, then you're not going to be anonymous because you own the endpoints. If you use a VPN service, then be aware that a private company holds all your information and can easily be subpoenaed. So you're creating a situation where a company in the US has all your data. Now, if you're American, the thing that you care about is being tracked by the U.S., right? As Americans, they're the government that can do scary things to us. So if you're going to be trackable, if you're going to be traceable in any meaningful way, then you want it to be Nicaragua who can trace you, because they cannot be subpoenaed by the U.S. and they can't be threatened by the U.S. And the U.S. is never going to invade and bomb Nicaragua just to get your IP information, right? If the U.S. wants to accuse you of something, they'll just do it. They don't need any of this, right? So it's kind of pointless. And Nicaragua will know that you're using a VPN. And again, they don't need to prove anything. If they want to kick you out, they just will, right? So VPNs are useful when you need to obfuscate to third parties, right? This person is very clueless and they want to see my data originating from the US. Well, okay, then I'm going to trick them with a VPN. That's useful. But once you want to hide from the government, then you need to think about things very differently. And consumer products and simple things like VPNs are not the tools that are going to come into play in that case. Janet says, hey, I just got to the computer where I could write. We would be happy to see Ava again, but we're keeping Tommy, right? He and Osa are very happy together, and they love going on walks together. Yeah, she'll be living with her stepfather, who I guess can't have animals where he is. Ben Lander, hey Scott, wife is in Guatemala for some training. Her first impressions were super positive. What was your experience impression of that area? Rest in peace, Oz. Oh, I do want to point out that my chief of engineering's name is Ozzy, and of course my business partner ran into my office and announced that Ozzy had been killed about 15 minutes after our engineer had gone to lunch. Yeah, so that was Ben. Guatemala is a decent-sized place. Is she in Guatemala City? Is that the question? What is my impression of Guatemala City? Or is it somewhere else? It's too big. I mean, I like Guatemala as a country, but it's too broad to have an impression. Alexander says, hey, I saw a video the other day that mentioned if you buy a place for at least $40,000 in Nicaragua, then you can get landed immigrant card. But I think they meant a business. Can you clarify? Absolutely. Every single thing about what they told you is made up. The correct number is 30,000, and it is not something something you buy. It has to be a full-blown business that you set up with $30,000 going into it, that you invest. All right, cool, Ben. I'll get back to you in just a minute. Buddhist is here. Hey, welcome back. Haven't seen you on for a little bit. Are you here in country? Because I've been thinking we need to go for a hike sometime soon. I also keep thinking I should drink some whiskey, but then I do drink some whiskey, and then I get sad that I'm going through the whiskey you gave me pretty fast. So, TJ real quickly likes UMA as a VoIP provider. And of course, if anyone has a business and wants a VoIP provider, that's different. You want Talkadillo because they operate here out of Nicaragua using technology out of Nicaragua. So come on, but they're an American company. So exactly what you want. But yeah, so Alexander, so it is 30,000, but it has to be an actual business with actual employees paying your taxes. So you got to be paying DHE, which is your corporate taxes, and you have to be paying INS, which is the income tax system for your employees. And you have to have at least 2 employees. You have to be inspected, have a place of business. It has to be a type of business that is approved by the Department of Tourism. That does not mean it needs to be a tourist business. It needs to be a business that promotes things the government cares about. Typically, that's tourism, and so the Department of Tourism does the inspection. But it does not mean it needs to be a tourist business in any way whatsoever. That's just who does the inspection. My father says it is his turn to remind everyone to remember to like the episode. Thank you, Dad. So buying a home has literally no bearing on getting residency. Now, all of that, Alexander, is for getting investor residency, which most people do not want. Or they would like it, but they don't want it enough to do those things. There's other types of residency, typically, that are very simple. So most of the time, people do not opt to do that. Some do, for sure. Maybe 1 out of 20 to 1 out of 40 expats bother to do that. But I know a lot of expats, as you can imagine. And I would guess of people that I know, 2 or 3 have done that, which probably puts it in the 1 out of 20 range. That's probably reasonable. Certainly reasons to do it, but not that many, right? So be aware that very few people want it, but none of the information you are getting is correct. 30,000, full business, property has absolutely no factor. If you read the law, never do they mention any buildings or houses or anything like that. It does not come into the ruling. Okay, so Ben is asking as to, well, actually, I'm going to, because I think I'm going to talk about that for a second. So Renee says, connecting through friends' internet appears as if US. Doesn't VPN change IP to US location? Yes, if your goal is purely to appear to casual idiots that you're coming from the US, or you want to do so to Netflix, who are not casual idiots, the people they sign their contracts with are casual idiots, then you can do that, right? It fools no one. Quite frankly, no one. Only people who are already fooling themselves fall for it. So it doesn't provide any real value. You're not hiding from anybody with any intelligence. But like Netflix, you hide from them because they are contractually obligated to block you, and they don't want to. So they're looking to meet contractual obligations as loosely as possible, and that's what they're doing. So that's why you're able to work around it so easily for them, and then their contracts change, and then they have to lock it down a little bit more, but they're on your side. They don't want you to be locked out of Netflix. They want you to get value from it so you keep paying a subscription. So that's why that works. But where your IP comes from is a completely meaningless thing, and anyone who knows anything about networking knows that. So who are you trying to trick is the question, right? Are you trying to trick a friend who just wants to see where you're, what website you're looking at from? And then you'll know that if you do it through a friend's internet, it will look like you're coming out of their house. But anything you do nefarious will look like it's coming out of their house, which would be a problem because a lot of the things that are fully legal here in Nicaragua and heavily encouraged, if it went through your friend's internet, they could go to jail. So just be aware that you would be putting them at risk if you took advantage of being in Nicaragua. Definitely not something you want to do. Just use a Nicaragua address in that point. So it depends what you're trying to do, obviously, but don't think that a VPN is going to fool anyone who actually cares. So depends what the goal is. Ben asks what I think of Guatemala, the city. And, well, Ben, that is my favorite city in the world. I actually absolutely love Guatemala City, or at least it's my favorite city in the Western Hemisphere. The two that give it a good run for its money are Madrid and Rome. I really feel, when I go to Rome, I just feel at home. Madrid I love, but I don't quite feel at home. I'm very comfortable. Love the city, would go there anytime. If you said I had to move to Madrid, boom, I'm out of here. Good, Madrid, just fine. Right, no problems. I love how big it is. I love all the things it has. I love the food. I love the Spanish fountain. I love the, you name it. It's everything except the driving. I don't like driving in Madrid, but everything. I love the apartments, the neighborhoods, the culture, the shopping, the lifestyle, the trains, the location, weather, everything. Madrid is amazing. Rome, I actually don't think it's quite as nice of a city, and yet, to me, Rome feels a little bit more like home for some reason. So I give Rome my favorite city status in Europe simply because somehow I'm magically transported to home when I'm in Rome. It's really hard to explain. I don't like the apartments as much. I don't like the traffic as much. Certainly don't want to drive there. I have driven in both. I can if I need to. The trains are not quite as good in Rome, for sure, but they're good. Rome is in a part of the country that I want to be in a lot less than Madrid. I prefer the north. But something about Rome just... I am so comfortable when I'm in Rome. I walk out of my apartment and go, I'm just home. I have no idea why. So Rome has this very ineffable value to me as a city. It's kind of like I was born to be Roman, right? I don't know. But from a completely practical standpoint, neither of them in their overall position in the world win for me. Guatemala City is the city that I like the most for all the things, right? It is an absolutely fantastically beautiful city. It is an enormous city. It's a size that I like, about 5.5 million. It has beautiful high-rise downtown. It has the airport's crap, but I put up with it. It's right in the middle of the city, though. You can walk to it from a lot of neighborhoods that I like. I love Guatemala City's parks. I love its neighborhoods. I like its outskirts. I like the poor neighborhoods, the barrios on the hills. I like the ravines. I love that it's got the rich neighborhoods, the poor neighborhoods. It is a grimy city. There is danger. You need to be careful, but there's also really safe areas that it's such a big city you never need to leave them. It's got some of the world's greatest restaurants. It has loads and loads of really great downtown, walkable, easy to get. Like, I stay in Zona 10, as everyone does, and I can walk to everything. Museums, restaurants, parks, business, the office. My office is in that area. Like, just everything. If I was to move there, I would definitely want an apartment in 10 or 14. I love the high-rise living. I love being in a high-rise and coming down into a mall. I love the public transportation everywhere. I like the vibe of going out to restaurants. To me, Guatemala City gives me a whole bunch of the cultural stuff that I love from Nicaragua, combined with a bunch of the cultural stuff I love from Madrid, in weather that is some of my favorite, right? Always warm, never hot, with a lot of drizzle. Like, sign me up. I like that it's centrally located. You can get to a lot of things. It's not that far from the ocean. It's not that far from the mountains. It's nearby to tourist centers like Antigua. Not my favorite, but it's there. You can get to some cool smaller cities pretty easily for, your weekend trips and stuff. You can get to Shela in not too long. You can get to Lago de Atitlan is quite easy, and go to Panajachel and like those areas. And do really interesting things in the extended area. But Guatemala City is such a large, vibrant city that it gives you that world in a city feel. So and I've said this a lot on the show, right? My guess is that my daughters are going to move to Guatemala City. There's some chance if Nicaragua really gets their train act together, which they might, we're really hopeful, that may encourage them to simply move to Managua. And I live in Leon, so we'll be able to go back and forth. Like, that's enough that we'll be able to have dinner together and then be like, okay, go home. And it'll just be, an hour and a half. But an hour and a half on a train is nothing, right? Just watch a movie on your iPad, listen to a book, do some art, because both of them are artists. They can do all those things on the train. And so it's enough that we can be together daily, but still live a little bit apart because it's really not that far. It's just traffic that makes it a real distance. But of course, a train would also connect us to Guatemala City. So, but if Managua doesn't grow and get the trains and the public transportation in the way that they're hoping, I think that Guatemala City is their most likely place. And both of them have looked at apartments in Guatemala City, and they've looked at the neighborhoods, and they're like, this really looks fantastic, right? Very pet-friendly city. You can get in some luxury apartments where they have water stations for your dog in the beautiful urban areas leading into your apartment and stuff. Just it's a city that deserves a lot more tourism, and it just doesn't get it. And I think that Guatemaltecos like that. They have a city that rivals anything in the region, but has essentially no tourists. That's pretty cool, right? A city just for the Guatemaltecas is a pretty awesome thing. So you get to live there and get a local experience that isn't overwhelmed by tourists in the way that, for example, CDMX, which is much bigger but has millions of tourists, right? Enough that it's really bothering people. Whereas Guatemala City just has nobody. You don't notice anyone. It must get thousands where CDMX gets millions, but it's a third the size, which is still really big, right? Mexico City's pushing 20 million, and Guatemala City's only 5.5. But so affordability versus Nicaragua. So it's unfair because Nicaragua has nothing to compare against Guatemala City. If you're looking at Guatemala in general, you're looking at small communities, you're going to find that affordability is very close. The two of them are nearly in lockstep on price. Nicaragua is going to be cheaper, but by tiny amounts. Right now, Nicaragua has a booming economy that Guatemala does not. So there's a little bit of affordability caused by that. I know that people think that means the opposite, but it doesn't until you have a housing crisis. So Nicaragua's on kind of a better foot for overall affordability, but by tiny margins, you're within a 2 to 5% kind of differential when you're looking at comparable places, which is very difficult because Guatemala has Guatemala City and Antigua and Atitlan regions, all of which, and Tikal, all of which are you directly in the same categories. Those are all things that Nicaragua doesn't have. But if you're looking at low-cost, remote beaches, they're going to be extremely comparable. If you're looking at small, non-tourist villages, extremely comparable. If you're looking at third-tier cities, those in the 50 to 150,000 people range that no one has on a tourist map in any way whatsoever, very comparable, right? Food may actually be cheaper in Guatemala. It's easier for them to produce a lot of the things that you eat than it is for Nicaragua, right? They have a larger agricultural zone, but they also have a lot more mouths to feed. But the difference is very nominal. Very, very nice place. If I wasn't living in Nicaragua, Guatemala is absolutely my second choice. Everyone knows, right? Third choice, probably Panama, maybe Mexico. The recent developments in Mexico may have changed that to make it a solid Panama. But, and it's important to note, those are my realistic ones. If my wife was not with me, if it was just me for some reason, Bolivia would be very high on my list. I would consider it probably immediately after Guatemala, but because of the altitude, she gets altitude sickness, so she's not able to go to Bolivia with me. She could go to Santa Cruz de las Sierras, but nobody wants to live there. But in the good Bolivian cities, right, in Cochabamba, in Sucre, in La Paz, in El Alto, she can't go there. But that's where the really cool Bolivia is for sure. So that would be high on my list if it wasn't for the altitude sickness that plagues my wife. So from a practical standpoint, Panama is almost certainly our third choice after Nicaragua, after Guatemala, but they're all pretty close, right? Once you get past Nicaragua and Guatemala, certainly Mexico's on the list, certainly Honduras is on the list, certainly El Salvador is on the list, certainly Colombia, Peru. There's a lot of places that we would consider and be willing to, and be absolutely happy in all of them, right? There's really very little that we would be unhappy living in. In this region, it's just a fantastic region. But Nicaragua wins from a very palpable perspective, right? We can pack up and be in any of these countries at any time, right? We have outside income. We have a history in the region. In many cases, I have offices there. I have offices in 7 countries in the region, right? Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Panama, Bolivia, Argentina. Every country in the region would be like, please come here and set up offices, you know, shift people out of one of the others, add new people here, right? So we're in a position where moving to any of these countries, even the harder ones like Brazil, really don't present a challenge for us, which is an important thing for people to understand, that we live in a world of options in this region at this time, and choose Nicaragua as the best among many really awesome options. We're not here because we hate the other countries. We're here because we love this one more. And having visited, worked in, and to some degree lived in other countries in the region, right, we picked Nicaragua very consciously. So it is the winner, but so that one we can prove because we do live here. Guatemala is our, boy, it's close, right? It is such a close second that it really is. And when the first time I went there in 2022, I was with friends from here, and they're like, we're worried that you're not going to leave Guatemala. And I can see why they think that, right? And certainly the weather is a pretty big factor, right? It is so nice up there. And I do wish it was closer. I wish we had a direct train. I wish there was a direct flight. I wish there was some way that we could go back and forth really easily. I would love to spend a lot more time up there because that variety is so nice. You know, I think anyone who's considering the region, unless your reason for picking Nicaragua is you just really want the heat, you probably should have Guatemala on a short list. If Nicaragua offers the things that interest you, then Guatemala, most likely, in my opinion, should be on anyone's short list as a logical alternative that needs to be carefully considered. I think a lot of people will still choose Nicaragua, as we did. But I think a lot will also choose Guatemala. But I think those people should, right? Like, we want you to find the best place for you, and it's not always going to be Nicaragua. But Guatemala certainly has a staggering amount to offer. And if you're looking, and this is my draw for me in Guatemala specifically, is if you're looking for Central American living, which I am, I love, then Panama doesn't have it. Right? Panama City is not Central America. Panama, the wilderness to the west is, but Panama City and the parts that people think of as Panama is South American. The west doesn't have big cities. Nicaragua doesn't have big cities. Costa Rica, you know, San Jose is a nice city, but I wouldn't call it big. It's bigger than Nicaragua has, but it's not big. Honduras has some kind of urbane cities. Tegucigalpa a little bit. San Pedro Sula a little bit more. El Salvador certainly comes in with a strong contender with San Salvador, but it's still only a little bit bigger than some of the others and definitely a bit more urbane. But Guatemala comes in with Guatemala City, a single city that is the same size or larger than most of the countries in the region. There's nothing that compares to it, even Panama City as a cheating thing. So all 7 countries that you can consider part of the region, and even if you include a good portion of southern Mexico, Chiapas, in that region, nothing compares to Guatemala City. It's really unique. So if that's something that you are interested in, then that is going to be very likely your location. Larry does have a good point. Nowhere in Guatemala can you get a burger like at Desperados in Las Pinitas. So if you're looking for the ultimate in burger experiences, clearly Nicaragua is the place to be. Vince is here. Hey, Vince, how's it going? It does have some great museums. Madrid is definitely one of the world's museum cities, although it's hard to knock Roma museums either. John Blair says, Immense Coffee has been showing some gorgeous small communities close to the Honduran border. I was impressed. Seems as if so much of Nicaragua is completely unknown. That's absolutely true. That's also true of all the neighboring countries. Even Costa Rica struggles with a lot of it being unknown, certainly more known than most, since it's a smaller country and much better known. But Honduras, like, have you watched videos from Valle de Angeles? If not, you're really missing out. There's some sweet stuff just in that one spot alone, let alone Copan and Roatan and Utila and the Pacific Coast and Tigre and all those things. there's a lot going for Honduras that just no one talks about. Same thing with the Ruta de Flores in El Salvador and other areas. There's a lot. There's areas that get snow in El Salvador. Who knows? And Guatemala being very large is broadly unknown. I would say that Guatemala probably rivals Nicaragua for being ridiculously unknown to the average person going to look at it. To the point where most people don't even know Guatemala City. Right, it's generally considered a black hole on the tourist map, and it obviously shouldn't be. But most people head to Antigua, and so kind of like Nicaragua, that people are like Managua, what's going on there? I don't know, and they just kind of skip it. Guatemala City is skipped at a pace that makes no sense at all. So people who put in a little bit of time thinking about Guatemala are often blown away when I'm like, hey, did you know this is my favorite city? Point blank, like, this is my favorite city. I like it more than CDMX. I like it more than Buenos Aires. I like it more than New York or London, or right. And then people are like, wait, oh, you don't like it the most, like, in Guatemala, or like within a like you like it the most. Like, what are you talking about? How can it be this good and no one goes there? And I'm like, maybe that's the charm, but it's fantastic. Vince says, in Antigua, you never know what's behind the walls. Same thing here in Leon, actually, that you can see a beautiful wall and there's nothing behind it, or a wall that looks like there's nothing behind it and there's a mansion. It's also surprising. Antigua gets richer than Leon does in general, but the secrets behind every wall thing is definitely common. Graduate gemologist, have you ever been to Guyana? I have not. A South American country where they speak English. Yeah, I am familiar with the country for sure, but I have not been there. It is Georgetown, being the capital. Definitely a country famous for its incredibly high crime rate. And very little else. It's just jungle and crime is pretty much what they do there. Not to knock on Guyana. I'm sure there's wonderful people in Guyana. My wife had a really good friend in her sorority was from Guyana. Monkey Man says, that's a gecko chirp. You are correct. I have loud geckos all over the room. There's one in my Mexican room that does the same thing. So I have several. Always when I'm doing the show, I can't find them. But during the day, I have quite a few that run the wall over there. They run all over it. And there's several that live up here. And I have a wood ceiling, so several of them live in the rafters, and they'll pop out. And then because I have the quilts on the walls, a lot of times they hide behind the quilts. So I have a lot of them. We do a lot to protect the geckos here, so we have a lot of geckos. Our walls just crawl with geckos all the time. They get loud. Sometimes they get into fights. The other day, one dropped on me when I went through a doorway, because they get on top of the door, so you open the door and they fall off. So luckily he hit me, because had he hit the floor, it probably would have killed him. So he hit me and bounced off, and then he just ran away. He was fine. Monkey Man says they're loud. Hassan is here. How you doing, sir? He is who told me about one of the events that happened today that you guys mentioned. Now I can't remember what it was. But he asks, is Guatemala more overcrowded? So let's start with nowhere is overcrowded in this region. So that's like everyone's undercrowded. That's a starting point. Is Guatemala more crowded than here? Yeah, it has to be. It's the same size as Nicaragua, but has 5 times the population. So it's definitely going to be more crowded than here. But it also has some very extremely dense cities like Guatemala City. And so, yes, it's more crowded than here, but it's also still loaded with empty land. Like, you can just go out into the wilderness and disappear if that's what you want to do, right? It's got tons of jungle. It's got tons of... Oh, yes, it was Chuck Mangione that he mentioned, and then my father mentioned. So you will not feel that Guatemala is an overcrowded country if you travel the one highway, the Pan American, of course, that goes from San Salvador in El Salvador into the corridor of Guatemala. That will feel crowded for sure, because it's just city to city to city to city. But that's the Pan American highway. Even doing that through Nicaragua, there's an awful lot going on. Empty space as well, but Guatemala has specifically a single corridor that is quite dense. And that takes you from the biggest parts of El Salvador into the densest parts of Guatemala, through its historic district, into its lake district, Lago Atitlan, and then into Shela and into Mexico. So it's a corridor that's pretty crazy. But even that, once you're west of Antigua, does have beautiful rolling countryside, and just driving that, you'll have hours where you're like, okay, there's always people, but this is very pleasant. And if I wanted a small village life in Guatemala, there's an awful lot of options without getting off the Pan American or more than a few blocks off. That would be beautiful. And picturing it, the drive is fantastic. So in a way, yeah, there's a lot more people than Nicaragua, but there's still so few people for the landscape. Mauricio is here. Hi, Scott. I wasn't sure which email is best to use for a question I have. It's a bit long to explain here. Could you let me know the best way to reach you? Cheers. Yeah. So Scott at LatinAmericanLiving.com is the easiest way to email me. I'm terrible at responding, but I do respond. It just takes time. Please don't yell at me if the responses are not fast enough, as people like to do. I am very slow. Like, legitimately, I'm terrible. Because I'm answering emails all day long. Like, that's what I do. I work, for those who don't know, I work like a double, triple full-time job on top of doing the show. So it is very, very exhausting sometimes. And one of the reasons why I really like having the live stream. Now, right now, I'm kind of stressed with the live stream because I'm very much tasked with doing engineering. I've made this shift. I've talked about this a lot. I've made this shift a month ago from decades in IT back to my former career in software engineering. And it's been a really fun transition. It's been really interesting. Our CEO has stepped in as a project manager with our software engineering group. And that's been a really interesting endeavor as I work with her to kind of train her and make her. So she's really stepping into a part of the company that she hasn't put in a lot of time with. And she's getting very hands-on, and she's really excited. Like, she's having so much fun because she's like sitting down and talking to teams and getting direct feedback and talking to them about their managers and shaking up how we do a lot of things, introducing new products and processes and stuff, and it's great stuff. But so I have a lot of that going on during the day, and there's a lot of me making this shift, and it's been fantastic. I'm loving the stuff that I'm doing, but it's a lot. Right, so, and because I have so many duties throughout the business, it can be very difficult to get real time to focus on things. And doing software engineering requires a lot of focus. You really got to be, this is the thing I'm doing, right? You can't just hop around and switch tasks and stuff at different times. So getting that opportunity to focus is difficult, and Thursdays would be a time when I would actually get a chance to focus, and I don't because of the show. And so it makes me a little bit like, oh, I could be working, but I'm working all the other days, and I need to take a little bit of time to do fun stuff and hang out with you guys and drink some wine. And yes, but today we did a big release, and the second major release day of the product that I've been making this month was today, and it's a really significant release, and feels really good to have gotten that out there and have gotten it done. Yeah, it's been a good month, and the biggest thing is kind of coming out of retirement after decades. Because I lead my team, right? And they hear like, Scott does IT, so he's knowledgeable about these things and he's good at that. But software engineering, he hasn't done this in decades, so he's out of touch. He does have some good input, yeah. But coming in and being like, and now I'm going to actually sit down and be an engineer, and I'm actually going to make things, is really interesting for me to kind of be back on the horse, but also I think interesting for my team, who is like, oh, he actually makes software, like, oh. And even our CEO, she's like, this is really exciting. She's like, I've never seen you like work before like this. Like, this is different she's like, you do a lot of IT. Watching you do software engineering is a whole different. Like, this is really interesting. So she and I are having a lot of fun with the shifting gears and stuff. And I think she's really enjoying the direction that the company is going in because of the opportunities and stuff that presents. So it's been really busy in a really good way. But what a month it's been for sure. Noted One is here. Hey, Noted, how's it going? I did note that you were here. And in the background, I am checking on different machines just to make sure that they are properly updating and doing the things that they are supposed to be doing with the new release. It's really cool that the product that came out, like, I only started the project a month ago, and for the last, I want to say 2.5 weeks, we've been running. So it's for anyone who's worked in the MSP space, it's an RMM. So there's an agent that runs that's remote monitoring and management. There's an agent that runs on computer servers and workstations and stuff that we manage and that other companies manage. And it reports into a central console that does a lot of stuff and does alerting and management and statistics and such. And we've been running on thousands of nodes for weeks in a project that only started 4 weeks ago. So it's really exciting to see so much data and so much feedback. And the release 2 weeks ago is the first that everything was set to auto update, and this morning's, I guess, release is the first time that we've seen full auto updating happening and thousands of nodes updated automatically without intervention during the night, which is really cool when you're nervous that it might not actually happen. My dad says, sorry, I got to cut it short tonight. You started too late for Western New York. Hug the family for me. Sorry, Dad. It was a long day. And my daughter was gone all day in Managua for her 3rd round of iron treatment. So she's doing well, but they were gone all day. I didn't even start prepping for the live stream until they were back. So that's one of the reasons I was late, but not the real reason. More of an excuse. But have a good night, Dad. Love you. Saint Nick is here. What's up? Well, not Christmas, Saint Nick. Why are you here so early? Oh, it's Christmas in July. It is Christmas in July, and Saint Nick is here. Perfect timing. I was gonna say it's August, but it's not August. It's July. So. That is awesome. What is up with you, Saint Nick? And we just lost power. Well, okay. There's no weather going on. La 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 la. Oh, all my screens are dark, so I'm getting no light on me. Let me see if I can find anything that is not on dark mode. Hold on, waiting for my. That's my code editor just opened. Look at all that light from my code editor. That's so funny. Thank you to JetBrains. Today's light is brought to you by JetBrains. Luke says, after 5.5 months in country, I finally broke down and stopped at Subway for dinner. Takeaway go to order. 440 cord per foot-long steak sandwich near U.S. prices, but better ingredients. St. Nick says that happened regularly. No, it doesn't. This is actually one of the longest we've ever had on the show. You'll notice that I'm still streaming, though. Right? So the thing that we get here, I talk about this a lot, here in Nicaragua, is we do get a reasonably high number of short outages, right? Typically under 15 seconds. Right? Tell my dad not to turn off the lights when he leaves the live stream. Yeah, Dad. Now, the thing I have to watch for is if the power comes back on, I don't necessarily know that it's come back on. Because everything either stays on, as you can see, my computer, my camera, my streaming gear, everything is staying on, or it's things that don't come back on, like the lights. So the lights don't turn back on if if the power doesn't return. Hold on. I think this light over here actually does. The air conditioning does, but it got moved so I can't see the light on it. So this is actually an extreme power out for Nicaragua. So the thing is, here, you tend to have a large number of very short outages. And in the United States, you tend to have very few super long outages. And that is a major difference in how things work. And so in the US, when you have a power outage, it means that it impacts you. But typically here in Nicaragua, when the power goes out, other than super bright studio lights that I don't put on a battery, we simply put things on batteries, and it's no big deal because I have, in all the years we've been here, never once had an outage so long that it overran our batteries. And a lot of people decide to get generators just in case, but I don't know anyone who turns them on. They just own them for peace of mind. But when I lived in the US, routinely we would go days or weeks without power. Didn't matter if I lived in New York or Texas, we would go for huge periods of time with full blackouts, and it's like, what do you do now? Here, we never worry that the power's out because it never affects us. I always keep working on my computers. I always keep, the internet stays up, the phones keep working. So it's pretty minor. Now, saying this as we have a super long outage, like, wow. But it could be just there's a traffic accident outside or something. I do live in the barrio, so all it takes is someone hitting a telephone pole. All right. Monkey Man says, the place I'm renting in PV in Mexico is constantly losing power during storms. We often don't lose during storms. This is just random. Andrew O'Neill's here. Hello, Scott. Don Timoteo. Sometimes when the power goes out, the water runs out. That was a common issue 10 years ago in Granada if you're on city water. Here, we always run out of water when the power is out because we're on a well that we pump. So we would be super annoyed if the power was out here with any frequency for any length of time. That would be bad. I mean, obviously we can go to a hotel or something, and we do have other places to go, so it's not the end of the world. Yeah, boy, it's quiet though when the power's out because all the air conditioning stops running. That's the one thing, is now I'm in my office with no AC and all the windows are closed. So, Janet, did you lose power where you are? I didn't even think to ask you. That'll tell us how localized it is because she's just a barrio away. Luke says, foreshadowing. As you mentioned, being in a barrio and someone hitting a telephone pole, just heard a transformer blow outside. Did you lose power too? It's going to be one of those days. You're good. Okay, so it's very localized. This is just us that lost power. So she's right up the street. Like, pretty close walk, not even a beep. Yeah, it's really weird that it just went out the way that it did. Like, there's nothing going on outside, so I'm guessing someone hit a telephone pole. Which, you know, I grew up in New York. We lost power all the time from people hitting poles and stuff like that. So, you know, it's... Thanks, Janet. So I'm on the west side of the city, out on the country road. So we're much more prone to power issues than like the city proper, because there's one line heading out into the country. And there's nothing beyond us, right? It's just the beach. So if you're out here, if any power goes out in the city, we're going to have to go out too, right? There's no power station between there and here, and there's no way to have redundant lines because we're on the only road going out. So we're always the place that gets hit. I'm going to check just to make sure. Today is Thursday? Yeah. Just making sure. I'm sure that the beach is without power. Defenseless telephone poles, they never strike first. Those poor telephone poles. Holy cow! I can't. There we go. Okay, yeah, the beach is without power. So it's this stretch. Someone took out the line heading out the Ponaloya Road. So, well, that is sad. Everyone's like, no. Yeah, so they'll be racing to get it back up because the beach is out. So it's not just... That's always my fear, that it's just a couple houses and it's like no one's going to get to us. But if the beach is out, then they're really good about fixing stuff here. Like power comes back so quickly under normal circumstances. Or just any repairs are very fast. So I think this is the longest we've actually been out on the show ever. How do you communicate with the locals? How's your Spanish? Mi español está bien. Hablo español hace 30 y más años. But it's not, great, but I speak enough Spanish to carry on conversations, and I feel comfortable going into businesses, conversations, situations. It was not that long ago that I remember going into something and being like, I'm alone, and everyone only speaks Spanish. And then I said, oh, but I speak Spanish. That's okay. Like, I forgot that I spoke Spanish. Now I go places and I remember I speak Spanish. That's a big leap forward. But it wasn't so long ago that it was still surprising me that I spoke Spanish, right? I took Spanish in high school, and then I didn't use it for a really long time, because when would I? And there's the power. Right as my restaurant said, we hope it's soon. There we go. Now I just have to take a second to turn the lights back on, because I have to do it manually. My dog is warm. She flipped over on her back and gave up on life. Did you give up on life? There we go. So that was one of the longest power outages we've had in 6 months. So you can see exactly how little it matters, right? With a halfway decent battery, I'm not on a laptop, I'm on a desktop. I have a very big camera going on. I have broadcast gear. I have all this equipment, multiple monitors, the microphone, all this stuff. And I'm just on a battery. You didn't hear any beeping. Nothing bad happened. I just had to change my light source. And the power was back pretty quickly. Most of the time, it's a fraction of that. So with a little bit of planning, a little bit of know-how, life is really easy. With my setup here, my desk and stuff stays running for about 12 hours of the things that matter. And then if for some reason if we were to be like, oh, we think this is going to be out for a while, at some point I start shutting things down. Like I've got a TV on the battery, I've got a laptop and a computer on the battery, I've got all this extra stuff. I would shut some of that down to give the battery more time. I've got the networking gear back here on the battery. We've got a movie system in the house that's on battery. I can shut some of that down, and I can switch to my laptop, which draws a lot less power. That on its own goes between 12 and 20 hours, just the laptop. So a little bit of good planning goes a long way, right? So having a laptop that's going to get you through a power outage, if we plan well, we can go over 24 hours and still be able to work and do things and be online, all with no power. Now, that would be super inconvenient and annoying. Never had to do that, right? I never do anything. I do turn off the TV, right, when the power comes, but that's it. If I'm not doing the live stream, like I turn this super bright light behind me off that's on the battery. Sure, little tiny things to conserve the battery, but that's like it. So the ability to stay and keep working is so easy. But in the US, those outages were always hour after hour after hour with no good information, all the time, like anytime we had an outage. And so our batteries would always run out, and it was terrible. So definitely the power outage situation is a major reason to be in Nicaragua. But yeah, to Kevin, for me, I now speak Spanish. I moved to Spain, then Panama, then Nicaragua, then lived a bunch of places, then came back to Nicaragua. I didn't really speak Spanish until I returned to Nicaragua. I could, menus and order food and stuff like that, no problem. But to really speak Spanish, it took a while. And I'm definitely not a great Spanish speaker, but I have a lot of local friends that only speak Spanish and only thick Nicaraguan accents, and we get along fine and talk all the time, right? There's people in my house that only speak Spanish, and people that work for me that only speak Spanish, and my business is only in Spanish. So I'm speaking it all the time. But it says, with access to Chinese products, solar power seems doable. Yeah, for sure. Even without it, there's a pretty good amount of solar, but with all the Chinese products, we've got really good options for solar. I think you said that wired lights just don't go back on when the power returns. What do you do to get the lights back on? I press the power button. All my lights, these are studio lights, right? So they have to have fans and all this stuff because they're super, like, these are like hundreds of watts, super, like LEDs, right? So they have to have fans and everything because they're studio lights. So you have to hold a button and convince them to come on. They don't come on casually. It's not like house lights. Luke says 30-minute blackout versus Southwest Florida, where the hurricane season being half the year, I could expect at least a month down per year. Yeah, I would say our annual time without power is probably about 12 to 18 hours over the course of a year. We'll have a couple outages that are in the 2-hour range. I know that at least once or twice a year, we'll end up sitting outside at night with my kids and just talking because the power's out. We'll just go sit outside for a little bit because it's more than a few minutes. But that's relatively rare. And really, we've lived in this house for 3 years, and I can only remember doing that 3 or 4 times. So, but yeah, the power here is really good. When we were here 5 years ago, when I was here 10 years ago, the power was pretty bad, but that was also Granada. And really, the only long outage we've had here I live in Sutiava, the only long outage we've had in Sutiava was a really major, a truck hit our line and ripped it out of our property. Like, the actual power line coming into our complex was torn out, and the pole was torn out, and the line came down in the street. I had to spend over an hour just standing in the street convincing cars not to drive into it because people didn't want to listen to me. They were like, blocking the road, blah, blah. I'd run out with flashlights. I actually got in front. I'm like putting my hands on cars. I'm like, no. And like, I had to stop some motorcycle. Like, I had to put a hand out and be like, stop. And then his lights came up and he realized there was a cable that was going to take his head off. He's like, okay, thanks. But we had to spend a lot of time dealing with that. That time they had to replace the pole, they had to replace the cables, they had to wire everything up, they had to discharge the system. Like, it was really major, and it happened late at night. So they had a crew out. One crew, to make sure it was safe, they had to get it so traffic wasn't going to have an accident, and then they had to get it to where they replaced the pole. And even with all of that, that was our longest outage in all the years I've been here. That was 12 hours, right? If that. And so it was like 11 o'clock at night. No, it couldn't have been 12 hours. The accident happened at 11 o'clock at night, and we were up and running by like 8 or 9 in the morning, which was a really long day, but that's like 10 hours, and it was all during the night. Which there is an argument that the night is the worst time because that's when you want air conditioning and sleep. But also, living here, I never actually need air conditioning to sleep. Is if I open the windows and just don't use blankets, like I generally can sleep comfortably without. I would like a fan. Obviously, without power, you also don't have a fan. But it's quite good here. You guys are kind of quiet now, talking about the power out. That was kind of adventurous. I remember the first time, this is 2 years ago, when the power went out when we were doing a video, and I realized that the camera was good enough that the monitor lights is all I need. And it was like, this actually looks kind of cool. So I don't worry about it at all now. I just keep all the equipment on a battery, and it's like, we just keep on going. Just got to send this email. All right. Sorry, gotta check a lot of things. I'm actually still working. Many of you know, for the last month and a half, I have been covering a shift in the afternoons, on top of everything else. Someone just asked me if our blender designer is Mia. I think he means missing in action. Just talking about doing some Blender design, for those who don't know, Blender the software. And they're like, Blender is Mia? I'm like, no, Mia's my dog. I don't think that's who you think it is. And he's like, no, missing in action. I'm like, oh. Sometimes the joys of being autistic. Like, I thought, did I spell a name in some conversation wrong or whatever? Just looking at Blender 4.5, currently out. If anyone is ever wondering what you use to make some amazing 3D artwork, it's Blender. I am not an artist, so I do none of that stuff, but it's really interesting. Oh, people have been typing Mama Italiano. Ola from Utah on a vibration plate watching you. Hello in Utah. Ben says, now all you need is an earthquake during the live stream. Ever filmed during an event? I'm pretty sure we've had earthquakes during live stream. I'm not actually sure because we have so many. Like earthquakes here are constant. So it's really not... It's not like you notice, and it's not like we react. You're like, huh, I think that's an earthquake. All right. You know, it's got to be... Wait. Hold on. I'm getting a bunch of messages. Oh. Someone's like, I made dinner, and I only just burned it. I'm like, oh. I do cook myself. Luke says, made a purchase with Warlord, ordered the blue version of the hat I gave you. Oh, cool. Email from the owner. Do you have a beard cult down there or something? Yes. Mama Italiano, I had to open up my mind for new places of retirement. First, it was Florida, then you know what happened there. And then it was Mexico, and then you know what happened there. Okay, don't be coming here, Mama Italiano. We don't need any of that happening here. All right? Yeah. It's, well, you know, part of the secret is avoid popular retirement locations, right? Look for places that are good for retirement, but don't look for places that are popular for retirement. When they're popular, obviously there's a lot to go wrong, and you're, by the time they're popular, it's often you're in a risk category. Because of just so many people retiring. So what you want to find are the places that are unknown but very good, and that so Nicaragua, I think, so I just did a video, right? Or recently, is Nicaragua perfect for retirement? And yeah, it's incestigating. That's a funny typo. Nicaragua is one of the best places for retirement. Guatemala is great for retirement. Colombia definitely has a lot of potential, for sure. Peru. You've got a lot of options. Latin America is really, really good. Mexico, obviously, overrun with Americans, and that is causing some additional problems there. I would avoid any of the places that Americans tend to go to, right? That's what's going to cause problems. So Mexico is a challenge. Costa Rica, always not a good idea, right? And Ecuador, of course, has some challenges because of all the retiring Americans there. But outside of those, you really have just tons of options. Maybe Panama, a little bit tough, but doable for sure. Honduras, it's got some challenges. You have to be aware of what you're doing, but certainly an option. El Salvador, same. Guatemala, fantastic. Belize is a no. Just cost, right? It makes no sense for a retirement. Colombia is obviously you can do Colombia. Ecuador could be doable. It takes more work. Peru, for sure, doable. Bolivia, fantastic. A little bit more challenging to get accepted. Brazil, doable. Even Venezuela, certainly more challenged, but doable. Dominican Republic, of course, in kind of a middling. Chile and Argentina and Uruguay, they're quite a bit more expensive, but you can pull it off. Paraguay, very good still. Really lots of options. Amazing region. I love it all throughout the region. And loads of great places. Nicaragua, obviously, among the safest and cheapest. That's hard to beat as a retirement destination. What are you really looking for out of retirement? A culture that you like, but that's hard to define exactly which spot is going to, which was going to be the right one for you. It just comes down to what you think. But as far as the hard factors, Nicaragua just shines, right? Leo says, hey Sam, watched Elton's segment on hotels close to Managua Airport, did his 5 top picks, and guess which one was on top of the list? Best Western. That's unfortunate. Definitely go to the Hotel Munk when you're heading into the airport. Great people, great prices, safe, and never going to scam you. Not saying anyone else would scam you, I'm just saying they won't. He must not have seen my experience. Yeah, he must not have. I used to stay there, right? I had good experiences until I didn't. Sad. Sad. Robstinator. At least he showed enough alternatives that are cheaper and better. Which ones did he show? I didn't see the list. The only ones that I really know about are the X, the Inn, and the Munk plus Mercedes. So I know 4, but I don't know 5. There's only like 4 near the airport. The 5th one must be kind of far away. I guess there's one that I don't know. I mean, obviously there's ones that I don't know, but I think there's one that's like right there that I don't know in that neighborhood. Hopefully I can hang out at the Munk during daylight at some point and film it so I can show it for you guys. Because I was only there at night. I had very limited time, and I'm like never at the airport when I have time to film, which is unfortunate. St. Nick, I'm thinking San Miguel, El Salvador for retirement. I love it there. I've not spent time in San Miguel. I've spent very little time in El Salvador. It's I really need to get up and spend a bit of time. The cost up there is going up, I'm hearing, quite a lot. Luke says, I did witness traffic stop for the crosswalk between Best Western and the airport. Yeah, they should stop. Id Group, hey Scott, I know I'm late to the party, but what kind of wine are we drinking? Oh, that's a good question. I didn't even look. This is, so the type of wine is what April left in my fridge, but it is Finca Las Moras Pinot Grigio Argentina 2023. Boom. Oh, look at that. The camera picked it up. Oh, and then lost it. But for a moment, it looked awesome. Do we have a region? No. Nope. Just Argentina. Bottled for Nicaragua from Argentina. Product de Argentina. Dun, dun, dun. I wish whenever I said that people would tango past in the background. It'd be awesome. Yeah, I don't normally, if I'm out grabbing my own wine, I don't normally go for a Pinot Grigio. I mean, obviously I like Pinot Grigio quite a bit. And I like Argentinian wine quite a bit. And I like going to Argentina for wine quite a bit. But I tend to be, if I'm actually picking for myself, normally I'm a red wine drinker. I like a very dark, very heavy, dry red. I'm a New Yorker, so that's what we drink. I know someone's going to jump in and be like, I thought you drank Rieslings. Okay, yes. Once we're wasted, we switch to Rieslings. Yes. But when it comes to, like, a night out drinking, we want a Cabernet Franc. Like, we want dry, red, heavy wines. That's what we do. And really fancy food. Gotcha. Didn't hear to Pinot part. What? Pinot Grigio. Is that what you didn't hear? I don't know. Nicaragua has been in our future plans for a while. This is Robstinator. We are planning a visit this winter, but we're going to have to put it on hold because we got our first baby on the way. Oh, well, that's a good reason, I suppose. Congratulations, even though it's taking you away from Nicaragua. Oh, that's awesome. Very cool. First baby. We waited to move until we had our 2 kids. We actually thought we were going to have 3 for medical reasons. We had to stop at 2, which, having 2, it's hard to imagine what a 3rd would do to the dynamic. They are such characters, and being a family of 4 has been such an adventure. It's hard to imagine what a family of 5 would have been like. But both my wife and I really like having kids. And thought about having a lot. Like, we started with, like, we're definitely going to have a kid, right? And, like, are we going to have 2? Are we going to have 3? She comes from a family of 3. Her sister has a family of 4 and wanted more. And it was, we're not sure. And I was only sold on 1 because I'm an only child. And so we were thinking, once we had 1, we were like, oh, no, this is good. We can do this. No, we'll have at least 3. But then after the second one, the doctor's like, nope. No, this is your limit. Not doing that again. So that was that. And so we have 2, and they're the perfect age apart from each other, and they are best of friends, and they're so much fun, and it's such a fantastic dynamic. And with 2, we've been able to travel the world, and we decided we were waiting to move. It's funny, my quick story to make Rob's announcement all about me. but it's my live stream, so this happens. We were working on Wall Street, and people always say, you can't wait to have kids. You'll if you say you're waiting for the right time will never come. But for us, the right time was like really clear. We were like, we are the right age. This is the right job. We're in the right situation. Time to have kids, and we got right back to kids. It's like instantly we were like, this is the time. And so we had one, and then like 2 years later had a second, and then couldn't have any more. But it was like, okay, so we stopped moving and went for stability during that time, and did end up moving to Texas, but just New York to Texas, and same job. And having kids was just so cool. That both of my daughters are so much fun, and we hang out every single day. My daughter makes my thumbnails for the show, and like we have so much shared interest. They also have a ton of not shared interest, but we have so much shared interest. We hang out all the time. When I get done with the live stream, I'll probably work for like an hour, and then my daughters will come get me at like midnight, and they're like, it's time. And then we go into our game room, and we either play video games or binge a TV show every night, 2-3 hours every night together. And my youngest and I, we go cooking together. My eldest and I will do sitcoms together. Like we just have so much fun. Luke says early class tomorrow. Signing off. Have a good night, Luke. So. It's been great. So we waited to move abroad until the youngest we started the process when she was just over a year. And it's been... Ross says we're considering 2, but having 1 took a while due to my wife having PCOS. It's okay, Scott. I like hearing others' experience with parenthood. It's been just a great experience. I wish they would do the show more, but traveling with kids has really made us a lot closer. I think then we would have been, and we really, it's been such an adventure having kids that we. We have no plans for our kids to really leave. They really have no plans to really leave. We have such a close family that it's like my kids really plan to live nearby, stay with us until they have a reason that they need to leave. My youngest she's like, my elder sister needs me. Like we're kind of symbiotic, so she has a plan to just stay with her sister and so forth. Like it's they're so sweet and fun. And Tom says, hey Scott, great video on too many expats falsely looking for enclaves. Why do you feel so many expats look to San Juan del Sur when Leon is a bigger city and more centrally located while being close to the beach? I think it's easy, right? Maybe not in the long run. Like, why for 100 years is this the case? I don't know. But I think San Juan del Sur really made an effort. It was probably Pelican Eyes. Right, they probably invested, got some money in there, built an enclave. Leon is too big to be an enclave, right? That's probably the actual reason. People don't want to go to a city. Why do people not go to Guatemala City? It's fantastic. Well, because it's not an enclave. They want to be 100% surrounded by tourists. They want to be specifically... when you think about where enclaves and tourists happen, It's generally in very touristy areas. So you end up with an area that's very touristy for some reason. Maybe a ruins or a beach or a something. Something draws a bunch of tourists and a place becomes very touristy. Then some group of people say, hey, let's all buy stuff together, and then you get an enclave because people are kind of doing this thing. So you end up with this high density of tourists that makes people want to be there. And a city like Leon or Managua are far too large, and there's no way to eliminate the locals. It's just never going to happen. So these places don't turn into those hotspots. They kind of can't. Whereas Antigua had enough that they were able to do that. Granada could do that. So part of the draw, same as in Costa Rica, is so many of the expats want a place with no locals. It's not, I want lots of expats. If you only wanted lots of expats, Managua would work fine. Leon would work fine. Lots of places would work fine, right? Masaya would work fine. Tepe would work fine. Didiamba would work fine. There's enough expats in all those places to pull off a luncheon. But if what you want is to be surrounded by expat culture to the point that it replaces the Nicaraguan culture, or whatever culture it is you're moving into, then you need to have nearly no locals and displace them somehow with foreigners. You can only reasonably do that in a place that's relatively isolated. Antigua worked out pretty well because it was so high of density of tourists, and I don't know what actually made it happen. Maybe that it's proximity to Guatemala City that loads of Guatemalans are just like, okay, we'll just move out of the town, right? We'll get our 50% higher prices selling to the gringos, and we'll just move to the city around the corner. Okay, whatever. More jobs there anyway. But in Nicaragua, where would that happen? San Juan del Sur is the natural place. It's so isolated, and Nicaraguans generally don't care about it, that it's easy for the expats to move in and create an isolated community. So that's just like, where are the other enclaves? Well, most of them they went to where there was nobody, right? Grand Pacifica, how did they get rid of the Nicaraguans? They went to where there weren't any. So even though there's only a few expats there, they're the only people there. So they're able to create that effect. But I think that's actually the thing that people are looking for. It feels like we need lots of expats, and we don't care about the Nicaraguans. Well, we don't want to get rid of the Nicaraguans. To us, that's true. But to people who are really looking for this enclave life, I think they may not articulate it. They may not be anti-Nicaraguan in any way. They want a dedicated culture, and you can't get that if loads of locals are still there driving the culture. And so small village is almost always a requirement. Rob Sender says, that's how I feel about it too. I'd like for our future kids to experience other cultures, and the healthier food is a big reason, for sure. We really wanted ours to grow up in a multicultural world. We wanted them to not be driven by the Americanisms of everyday life or whatever. And so that was really important for us. We wanted them to have the world as an option. And so we gave them a lot of countries growing up in and traveling and doing a lot of interesting things, and then settled here and are very happy with the choice. And I think they're quite happy with the choice. They do have a part of them is very much like, well, we really want to maybe, Nordic countries, they seem really cool because they don't, neither of them really remembers when we spent time in Norway. And I think if they spent a little bit of time, I think they'd be like, oh no, this isn't actually what I want. It's a neat country, great place, not what I was thinking, right? I feel like that's sort of where they're going to be, but they may need to experience that on their own again, or do it again. Like maybe we need to go back and spend some time in Norway so they remember just how cold it is and how limiting some of those things are. spider on my wine. Oh no, that would get rid of it. Anyway, yeah. So traveling with good kids has been very, very good, and I think in the long run, I think that they're going to decide that Nicaragua or nearby is very much what they end up liking. I think the benefits, because we thought about it for them, will prevail in the long investigation. St. Nick says Cajala, Guatemala as well. It's very nice. Cajala is pretty fantastic. The Beverly Hills of Latin America for sure. I would love to have a place in Cajala. Michael Maroney. Same Rob, that's why we moved here with our kids. That's awesome. Congrats on the new baby. You know, Mike, I was thinking you were going to come by today. I thought we should do a video together and put you on the live stream, and then I forgot that's what I was thinking and then never mentioned it. And then you weren't here today, but which is good because it was a really busy day, and I've been scrambling. So Bryce just asked this on the Managua group. Aside from a saving account, what can Nicaraguans do here that allows them to invest outside of business, example, stocks, crypto, etc.? So this isn't the U.S. If you want to invest, you start a business. It's that simple. That's how things work. That's not a very worldly thing to buy stocks. If you want stocks, if Nicaraguans want stocks, if Nicaraguans want stocks like Americans have stocks, they buy American stocks, which they can fully do. No crypto, could you spell the name of the hotel, Monk, so that I can look it up? Monk. Okay, so like Munich, sort of. Robsonator says, thanks, we're very excited, nervous too, but we know it'll be worth it, for sure. Mike says, damn, next time I'm game. I know you do it, it's just... Bryce says, yeah, I wasn't aware of the websites were blocked. If the websites were blocked here for them. Oh, just... Bryce always has the weirdest logic behind what he asks. Like, how do you invest here? Well, you can do whatever. He always takes things that, like, some business blocks some web IP from Nicaragua. So he's like, Nicaraguans can't invest. What do they do? And it's like, just because one American business blocks websites it perceives come from Nicaragua or perceives people logging onto their websites from Nicaragua, doesn't mean that you can't invest. It means you, like everyone else everywhere in the world, have to work around businesses that try to discriminate against you based on the language you speak or whatever. Bryce has just a different way of thinking sometimes. Yeah, this is not the first time today, because he had, I mean, mostly it's benign, right? But he puts himself in stupid situations because he never asks what he means to ask. And today he asked the question, would you get surgery here or in the U.S. about something specific, not in general? And the answer is, well, if I couldn't get it here, I would certainly not go to the U.S. Those are not the real world options, right? I mean, legally I can go to the U.S., but it's not logical. Like, of all the places, like, first of all, I don't know anything I would go from here to the U.S. forever. But if I was going to go from here to somewhere, it wouldn't be to the U.S. So the question doesn't really make any sense. It's got these built-in assumptions And then he's like, well, what I really want to know is, and it takes a while for you to go back and forth before you find out what it is he's actually intending to ask, because he never asks the thing he actually intends. So he's like, how can they open one without having U.S. identification? Like a stock account. But why don't you want them to have a U.S. identification? Like, what a weird limitation. Like, just get a limitation. We plan to max out our TFSAs after selling our house and investing that into S&P 500 and other safe bets, then rent in Nicaragua until we can easily afford a nice house. They're perfect. That's the thing to do. Ben says interactive brokers. Yeah. I mean, interactive brokers definitely available if that's what you want to do. I don't know if I can record messages to things. Oh, yeah, here. I'll do this on the live stream so that it all, you guys can hear it, and I can send it to him at the same time. If I can find, what's it on? Managua. Why does that not show up? Oh. WhatsApp is a mess. So the thing here is that, and I'm on the live stream, so I'm doing this on the phone on the live stream, so everybody's hearing this all at different times. If Nicaraguans want to invest, so much of the investment that we picture as investment as Americans is unique to the United States or unique to U.S., Western Europe, and those countries. The idea of blind investing or general stocks, like the stock market, is not a normal thing around the world. It exists, but it doesn't exist like it exists in the U.S. You don't just go and invest and move money around and do it through like a, mutual funds and stuff. They don't have those vehicles in many countries because they don't have enough companies to do it. You can't spread things broadly enough to easily be able to do that stuff. So they just don't, right? It doesn't make sense. But is there a stock market in Nicaragua? Absolutely. Can you go invest in it? Absolutely. Does it make sense? No, absolutely not. Just like it really doesn't in the U.S. The only thing that makes it make sense in the U.S. is a combination of U.S. laws that make large business incredibly beneficial from a tax perspective, combined with an extremely large market that's able to spread the risk out across a very large number of businesses. But if you are being a smart investor or a active investor, then it's very easy, very, very easy to outperform those markets by investing in things that you have control over, right? Blind investing is throwing money over a wall and hoping someone gives you a good return. And they will, on average, do okay, but they'll never match what you can do if you actually put some effort into it. So that's kind of the American dream, is this effortless investing. And the U.S. is the best in the world at that. Like, it's one of the strengths of America for sure. Like, it's absolutely amazing what the U.S. is able to do because of that. So this blind investing thing is very American. No one else can really do it. Even Canadians and Western Europeans very much struggle to be able to do the same thing. So it's not that it's legal or illegal in other places or available or unavailable. It's just that the U.S. has the best market in the world for it. It's an American thing, all intents and purposes. So if a Nicaraguan wants to participate, the same as anyone anywhere in the world that isn't American, you either have the right to buy directly in the U.S. as a foreigner, or you get a U.S. ID. Anyone can get one. So it's kind of like getting a social security number or a taxpayer ID, except you're not getting residency or anything like that with it. It's purely the right to be a taxable entity to the United States, which, as you can imagine, the United States likes a lot. You call up the IRS and you say, I would like to be eligible to be taxed. And they go, okay. You're not getting anything else for this. That's fine. okay. And that ID allows you to use it in the place that you would use a social security number. So you can file with the IRS, you can file with a bank, you can file with a business, you can do all kinds of things because you have an identifiable ID in the United States. And the U.S. has, for all of its business stuff and things like that, this is a spider hanging in my face. I'm going to get rid of him right now. I'll put him on the microphone or something. There we go. Now he's on the microphone. There is... oh, and Bryce says, can they get ITIN as well here? That's what a taxpayer ID is. And so that's all. You can just go get an ITIN and have an ID so that you're able to be paying taxes and doing those different things. And just like anyone can open a business in Nicaragua, anyone can open a business in the United States. Just go open a business in the United States, and then it's easy to get addresses and bank accounts and stuff in the business name. But you're allowed to do all those things without a business as well. You can do it as an individual or as a business or both. Now, just like anywhere, individual businesses may or may not be willing to do business with you because they just don't like you, and American businesses are given great latitude to determine that your language or location or color of your skin are things they don't appreciate. Unfortunately, that is an Americanism, but a good business doesn't want to do that. And while there are many businesses that are willing to burn their investors' investments in order to make personal political statements or whatever, there are also businesses that simply are out to actually honestly make money and are willing to do business with you. And so there's options for all those things. It's just you have to accept that some people are going to try not to work with you because they don't like you. And there are businesses that will work with you because they will. But while there's lots of negative things to say about the United States, these are things that the U.S. protects very heavily and provides very good, safe, free, and open options to people from anywhere in the world to participate in the system. One of the people who watches my show actually has guides on how to open a business in the U.S., but Arthur, who's sometimes on the live stream, also knows how to do it. So, Rob Snyder says, is there maybe a Flor de Caña stock there? I don't know, just curious. I don't believe so. There are 5 companies listed on the stock exchange. I don't believe any of them are Flor de Caña. That would be Casa Pellis. They are privately held by the Pellis family. I'd be really surprised if they had public stocks available. Maybe they do, but I'm not aware of it. But again, I don't know that their return rates would be very good, right? Those are not things you would want. Gene Goff, where can I look for cheap short-term rentals? I'm a student from Canada who wants to spend a few months there, been there before. So there's no good, easy answer. Short-term rentals are extremely hard. They're the hardest thing in the country. So generally, Airbnb is going to be your best bet. To be able to line something up. Generally, when you are coming for short term, you don't have enough time to do the things like Rob Sonator is saying. Like, it's best to search on foot. Yeah, absolutely. Your best things, if you are here, getting stuff on foot is the way to do it, right? Walk around the neighborhood you want to be in and see what is available, for sure. But if you are... if you're not here and able to do that in person, you don't have the time to figure that out for short term, then it's not going to work. And so Airbnb really is kind of the way to go. So it's just, that's what you're limited to. People are sending me videos and I'm trying to figure out what the video is about, but I have no idea. It's hard to watch videos when you're on the live stream. The only thing that's easy to do is drink wine. Also, Gene, where you're looking matters. Nicaragua is not a single market. I know it feels that way because it's not that big from the outside, but whether you're looking in San Juan del Sur, looking in Leon, those things will matter a lot, right? So there isn't like, yes, Airbnb is nationwide, of course. Encuentra24, Facebook Marketplace, they're kind of national, but there's places where they'll work well and places where they won't. But in general, there really is very little short-term in the country. Like, it basically doesn't exist. So that is why there's such a challenge, is because it's not that you're struggling to find what's out there, it's that you're struggling because there's very little out there to find. And so, yeah, long-term, easy. Hotel, easy. Short-term, very, very hard. And there just aren't that many tourists to make it viable. That's the big challenge, is that, you know, as someone who has had short-term rental in a great place for years, you know, we managed to rent it, I don't know, 3 days. Right? Even with it available, people are not actually looking that heavily for places. Some people get lucky, some people are in just the right location and they're the only ones, and people end up looking, or they're listed in the right places. And I'm not saying that we did a good job, certainly we did not. But it is hard. And when you're doing a rental, you have the cost of all the furniture and appliances and all those things that you have to provide to people doing a short-term rental, and that makes it very, very difficult for a lot of things. Boy, now you guys are quiet. So a lot of people doing short term end up in hotels. That is a very reasonable thing. It may sound crazy, like, do people really do that? Yes. People actually quite often end up in hotels or hostels. There's some flexibility to that. Obviously, you can bounce around and such, which is nice. If you're visiting and you're short term, it lets you explore the country and do a bunch of stuff, and that can be really cool. So don't just write that off as a stupid idea. It can be so inexpensive here that it may end up making sense. Obviously, that's generally going to be more than renting an apartment for 2 months, 3 months, or whatever. But you might be surprised at how little more it is and how much more flexible it is. Is Rivas City too small or boring for 3 months? I mean, it's a very small city. It depends what you're looking to do for 3 months, but it's not a place that would come to mind for doing. So what is your goal? What made Rivas come up as an option? So for me, right, I'm very big on, I like living in places. Rivas is a real city. It has bars and restaurants and places to go out. Very few expats, basically no tourism infrastructure. It's a quite small city, maybe half the size or a third the size of Leon. So I live in Leon, right? So obviously, okay, so that is a terrible way, in general, found a place there on my budget. That's a terrible way to find a place to be, because what is it you plan to do? Let's start. Okay, so let's start from that perspective. What are you looking to do for 3 months? For me, just living in a place and getting to know a neighborhood, that's fun for me. So I can live in a village of 400 people. Say, is there anything to do for 3 months? 3 months going to the same restaurant, same bar every day, same thing, getting to know the locals because that's my neighborhood bar. I can do that, and I'm happy, and it's not a problem, right? For most people, if you're coming and it's like gonna be your vacation for 3 months, that might be absolutely hell, and you'd be so upset if that's what you did. So it really depends on what you're looking to do. Is staying in Rivas going to rival staying in Leon or Granada or Masaya or Managua or Jinotepe or Matagalpa or Esteli or one of those for things to do? No, you're going to need to leave the city for all your activities, right? It's a relatively small city with very little tourist infrastructure that is relatively isolated. It does have easy access to Ometepe. That's on its positive list. It's not super far from the beach, but it's not on the beach by any stretch. It's not the city. Leon has its own city beaches. Rivas does not. So it's, are you looking for it to be a place that you launch your exploration from, and you're planning on traveling really far, and you're planning on renting a car and driving all over the country? Or are you looking at taking buses all over the place? Or are you looking to hopefully have a neighborhood that you're staying in that's going to be vibrant? And do you want to do a barrio? Do you want to hang out in the barrio and get to know your local families and stuff? Or are you hoping for a lot of, different people coming and going? All those things are going to be big factors in deciding whether a small remote town in the least populated departamento is the place that you want to spend 3 months. And what is your budget? Like, how much did you find a place for? Learn Spanish. I don't mind the slow life. Not looking for adventures, just hang out. Yeah, so I mean, Rivas is a city. There's stuff to do. There's the baseball team there is good. Go to some games. There's restaurants and stuff. Food variety, even here in Leon, the second biggest city, is painful. Rivas will be far worse in that regard, for sure. So definitely some food challenges. Being able to go hang out on Ometepe at like so easy. I mean, that's got benefits, right? Like, that'll be fun. And in a 3-month stay, if you do that twice, or put in a week over there, you'll be like, wow, that was really, really cool. You can get to San Juan del Sur without too much of an effort. It's still like 45-hour bus ride, but you can do it. Practicing Spanish, obviously, you can do anywhere. So I mean, it could be fine, right? It's a nice city, it really is, but not an exciting one for sure. You guys are awfully quiet. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. And learning Spanish, of course, you can do anywhere. That's very doable. Doing some work in the background because you guys are slow. You have to pour me more wine soon. But what is your budget, if you don't mind us asking? That would be a telling bit. Thanks. I just went to Managua, Leon, Esteli last month. Oh, okay. Fell in love with the country. Found your channel for my Latin life. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Okay, so you've seen those cities. So let's compare. Of those, Esteli is the smallest. Rivas will be warm like Granada or Managua, but not as hot as Leon. Not as cool as Esteli. There's the dog drinking her water. And it'll be smaller than Esteli, which is the smallest of those. Under 200 a month student on, so 200 a month, definitely very hard to find. Possible, but for furnished apartments, very difficult. Understandable that that's your budget, but it's quite difficult to find, and they certainly exist. Student housing here is typically 60 to 90, but they're doing longer term rentals than you are, and they're not necessarily furnished. Most students are able to bring a little bit of their own stuff with them, like students here, because they're coming from home, so it's relatively easy. So that is a common approach and price. So with furnishings, to anything that's in the 200 range will be difficult. I have recently given up a beautiful apartment that I loved, 180 per month, unfurnished, of course, and on a very long-term rental with multiple properties being rented, and 2 bedrooms, things you don't need, right? Lots of space, but that's unfurnished. That you can get into those numbers, but really hard to get. Took me a long time to get it. And I'm very sad to be giving it up, but it's just not practical. I haven't been in it in a year. I don't even know what's there. We already took the furniture out of it. We're like, this does not make sense, and we have a need for the furniture other places, and we don't want to buy. We were about to go spend a bunch of money on other furniture, and it was like, that's dumb. we should use the furniture we have and not keep this apartment that we don't need. We're not really using that much space. A lot of you guys know Marcela, my producer from the channel. She used the apartment a lot for a long time. She has her own house, like right next, like practically next door to it. And so like she never goes in there. She has her own house. When she's here in town, she's staying at her own house as you would. So it's just ended up not being practical. Just curious, do you know of any expats that live in communities that are where there are no other expats? If you do you know of their experiences? I don't know, Janet. Do we know any of those? So I live in a barrio. There's no expats anywhere near me. That's what I like. I think there's a lot of those. They're a little bit hard to find, right? Because most of us are a little bit on the isolated spectrum. I'm not really. I'm pretty. I mean, I think you guys know I'm a little bit on the social spectrum, but I live in an area with no expats anywhere nearby. And I think a lot of barrios are that way, that there's going to be like one expat hidden in the barrio, because when you want to do that, you tend to be spread out. You tend to just adventure. Now, what is their experiences? Mine's been fantastic. I can't imagine doing anything else. I don't want to live around a bunch of expats. I don't want to avoid the expats. I'm not like, ew, expats. But for my day-to-day, I don't want an expat as my neighbor. I want to be in a Nicaraguan community and live a Nicaraguan life. But most of the places where I go, like I hang out obviously with Nicaraguans and do things with Nicaraguans. Yeah, right. Don moved near... Wait, is he still there? I haven't heard from him in a while. I thought he disappeared. Hold on. Leo wrote it like from the Bible. It's Messiah, like that. Messiah like the volcano, not Messiah like the second coming. But most of us... Roger says Elton is further away from expats, I think. I don't know that he is, because he lives in the middle of a city. It's a city with very few expats, Acatal, but he is in a city, a colonial city, so there should be a few. Not as many as Leon, but he lives in the city, last I knew, and is building out in the country. Where he's building is not anybody, but where he lives, I think he's around other expat, but he's not an expat. So that one's a little bit misleading, right? He's Nicaraguan. Right, because like his farm is his family farm, right? Like he just stayed at his family place, Acatal, like places like that. If you go to the cities that we never talk about, you'll get extremely few expats. Even here in Leon, there's very few. We did the math, and there's only like a couple hundred of us in a city of 300,000. So basically, and they're basically all in El Centro. With a few in like Laborio and Calvario and some of the immediate downtown, and then Fatima has quite a few, and then just outside the city in Colonia Universidad has several, right? Like Mike, who's here right now. But for those of us who go into the barrios, like Janet, we're in big barrios. If you're in Guadalupe, you're in Zaragoza, you're in Laborio, you're in Sutiaba for sure, you're in Democracia, you're in Borges, you're in Fonseca, any of those, there's every possibility you will never see another expat until you leave your barrio. I think I have never seen one in Sutiaba in person. Like, it's just... yeah, Janet actually gets more than most people because she's on a road. She's close enough to the center that she starts to see them. But a lot of us really we're pretty isolated, and that's not uncommon here. I'm trying to think of people I know. Oh yeah, like my buddy Josie Marr. He lives in an area there's no expats anywhere near him, and hasn't been. Like, he's lived in several places, no expats around. Jack Pittman, He doesn't live near any. So he's in a part of Managua that there are other expats, but I don't think he's around any. Right? He's like in the city. Paul Baker, that's been on my channel. He definitely lives in an area no expats anywhere. No, it's pretty common actually. I think the nature of expats who come to Nicaragua is one that you tend to get one group who's like, okay, I'm adventurous, but there's a limit. I want to be around some other expats. And then there's a lot of us who are like, we are choosing Nicaragua because we don't want to be whatever on the standard life path. I don't want to be around other expats. I want to get away from my own culture. I really want to be steeped in another culture. Some combination of those things leads you to a life away from other expats naturally. And that's where we are, right? Where I live, if I'm in a community, certainly no other expats here. And none ever come in, right? Like if they're not visiting me, never do we see an expat. The neighborhood across the street, same deal. Is there, hold on. Is there a better way to host people for link tree than link to Canva? Kevin says, hi Scott, can you talk about the process of getting the pensionado visa? I understand the requirements, but how to go about it? Do you wait until you get to Nicaragua or start in the States? You always wait until you're in Nicaragua. Nothing starts in the States except, obviously, gathering some information. And Luke just left. He just did this one, so he's the better resource because I never did a pensionado. But oh, interesting. He's definitely your best resource because he's done that specific thing, but the process is always the same. 1, move to Nicaragua. That is your first step. You need to be living here and then go, here you go. Then once you're here, you can begin the process of deciding, like, do I want to do this now? Do I want to do this later? Is it the pensionado I want to do? Now, you do want to bring whatever resources you have, right? Birth certificates, whatever, right? Any records, those kinds of things that you need to bring, marriage certificates, that stuff. Bring that. Don't leave that behind. Don't be foolish. But beyond that's about it. Just having those things prepared. Then you can potentially live here for months or years before they care at all, depending on your pattern and depending on the opinion of the government at the time and depending on who you're dealing with and lots of factors. You may go quite a long time without ever having to get that visa. Eventually you'll need the visa, but whether it's months or years depends on your situation. And there are a few people who their pattern just is enough that it seems like they would need one and they never end up needing one. Once you're here, it's easy, right? I think Luke did it in like 3 weeks. And you can be here, like I said, for years. I know people who've been here for 8 years without a visa. They eventually had to get one, but 8 years. I was here for 3.5 before I got one. So it's not generally something that happens fast. Most people do it in under 2 years from the time that they arrive, but you're not under a gun. It's not like, and now the clock is ticking, you got to do this. It's not like that. Yeah, you probably want to talk to a lawyer, have someone lined up. You want to have your paperwork gathered. Yeah. You maybe even want to talk to Migracion at some point within your first year and just make that relationship. Yeah, all good things. But do you need to worry about it before you move? Absolutely not. And this was just on the video, I think yesterday, how much some places like Mexico are do everything before you get here countries, and you have to know that. So this mindset comes from somewhere. There are countries in the region that are the absolute polar opposite. But Nicaragua is so just, come on down and live. And anything that you imagine is a reason not to do that, something's wrong with what you're imagining. Whether it's how easy something is or how hard something is, doesn't make sense. Why would anyone move? This is Lester Lauren Lozano. Why would anyone move to another country and not mix with the locals and taste the culture? See, to me, I'm the same. Like, what made you do this? But there's a ton of people who move to the enclaves because they want a lower cost or better weather, or they have some fear of the place that they're coming from, and they're almost like asylum seekers, but they don't have any interest in change or exploration or adventure or anything like that. They purely wish they could keep what they had, but at lower cost, better weather, something like that. And surprisingly, that's a very large portion of the expat population almost anywhere in the world. If you look at the British going to Spain, Marbella is an entire massive city of nothing but Brits trying to make a small, warm bit of Britain with Spanish laws and Spanish cost of living, but without Spanish food, without Spanish culture, and without Spanish. And that's a huge thing. And that's all over the world. You actually find this. And if you look at a lot of Chinese expats move in and create enclaves, often not on the beaches, not in the same way that Americans do. Americans have certain places that we gravitate to as expats, and Chinese expats have a tendency to create small enclaves inside large cities. And so you'll often find, like you do in Managua, in Granada, and all over the United States, walled compounds with multiple houses in them so that a Chinese community is able to exist. And you know, they can be great neighbors, but very rarely are they learning the local language, changing what they eat, and so forth. They're there because there's a business opportunity, or they're looking for future for their kids, or all kinds of things. But that's it's surprisingly common. For me, as an adventurous culture experiential seeker, I want to go to places to be completely away from expats. I want to be completely submersed in the culture, whatever it is. And every single place I've ever lived in has been that way. I've never been around anybody, anywhere. I'm trying to think if I've, like, when I lived in Romania, you had to go from village to village to village. You never found another expat. Everyone would come to our house because they're like, you're the only expat we've ever seen. They're like, one time some people came here for the weekend. You moved here. That's it. You're the one. Right? And when I lived in Kiev, we lived in old Soviet housing, deep in the equivalent of the barrios in the middle of the city. Like really, really isolated from any tourist, isolated from any expats. And my business partner, my buddy, when he moved us to Kiev, he was lining up an apartment. I got lucky, right? Kiev would have been hard ish to move to without someone, and everything was taken care of for us. So we were leaving Italy, and they're like, just come, we'll pick you up at the airport. Everything's handled. Got us an apartment, stocked the fridge, brought us doctors when my kids were sick. Like, everything was handled, like, for real. But we got there, and he was like, I'm getting you an apartment. And I'm like, do me a favor. I want a 1980s Soviet apartment block apartment. And he's like, you want what? I'm like, seriously, I have never lived in the former USSR. I've been to it, but I've never lived in it. This is a unique opportunity. Kiev is the USSR's second city. This is a chance for my family to experience Cold War life on the other side. And he's like, well, there's nothing cheaper. So that's ridiculous, but if that's what you want. So instead of getting us a luxury apartment in modern Kiev, he got us this old 40-year-old Soviet apartment block, and it was super cool. We loved it. It was so neat. But obviously, we weren't anywhere close to anybody, right? That's the life that... So I get that. I just... I know that this other mentality exists, but I don't connect to it. Empathizing with it is very hard. Leo says, that's how the voice transcription spells it. Kevin says, this is for my elderly father-in-law, so border runs will be hard. Would the embassy be the place to go? So the embassy is useless. You will never speak to an embassy. I'm not saying they're useless in the total context, but they have absolutely no role to play in anything that will be useful for you for this. So the thing that I would say is, don't be weird, which is a difficult thing to recognize when you're being weird, but don't try to come up with hard processes. There's no hard part of moving to Nicaragua. The process is, and the easy process is, move to Nicaragua, do border runs for a while, and eventually get your pensionado. Now, everybody thinks border runs are hard and challenging, and there are people for whom the ambulatory nature of needing to go to the border is somewhat difficult. That is a challenge, but I think that most people really, and this is, we've talked to so many people, as you can imagine, I've been doing this for a long time, almost always, the impression of a border run is 1,000 times harder than it actually is. And the impression of not doing a border run is 1,000 times easier than it actually is. In reality, most of us prefer the border runs because they are easier and more flexible. That is not 100%, but it is the majority of people. So keep that in mind, that almost certainly all aspects of the process are just a bad impression. And not because anyone's trying to trick you in this case, right? In a lot of cases, that is true. There's a lot of things that when you go to move abroad, you're going to be lied to by a lot of people. They're going to try to... This is not one of those. This is simply, there is something about the nature of doing a border run that is so easy that common travelers are like, why would anyone question a border run? Like, that's the easiest thing. And then people who've never done it are like, this is terrifying. This is the worst process. You can't possibly do it, right? And it's just... It's one of those things that the people who know are so like, oh, and the people who don't are like, oh, no. And then the other thing is that people who've never had residency in another country imagine that it's always this really simple thing, like it's magic. And in reality, it's often hard, often very hard. So in reality here, the fact that you have to reprint your cedula every 6 months and renew your visa every year make the equivalent time of doing a border run often the easier thing. So it depends on your ambulatory nature of your father or father-in-law, but in most cases, people discover that the border runs are the easier thing. If in any way the border run is truly hard, then the answer is still the same. Come and just start the process right away. And don't try to delay it. Most of us try to delay it as long as possible because it's easier the longer you delay it. But if for some reason you absolutely need it, then almost certainly he's going to want to live in Managua and be close to Migracion, so that his paperwork that is constant for having a visa will be easy to do. Otherwise, he'll want to live close to the border and make the border run easy to do. Rostinator says, due to my age, 33, I think my only option for residency is the $30,000 investment. If we move to Nicaragua in 2 years, would it be okay to do border runs until I'm 45 for the rentista? So that's the funny thing. So that would be 10 years. And the answer is quite easily, yeah, that would often be what people do. We don't normally talk about it because no one wants to flag that that's what they're doing and kind of make a big deal out of it. But yes, that's actually what people do most of the time. Because if you're 33 now and you're moving in 2 years, there's a bunch of things there. All of it is really not as long as you think, right? You do border runs normally for a few years anyway. You apply and try to get in before you're actually 45. Let them turn you down, right? Oh, you're not 45 yet. Okay, what do you want me to do? Wait. Let's wait. Right? Like, let the government figure it out, right? Let them lose the paperwork for 2 years while they let you, like, it's not that hard. But the reality is loads of people end up who are younger, right? So if we're talking about Kevin's situation with an elderly father-in-law, he's probably looking for a stationary lifestyle, or the border run wouldn't be in any way a concern. So for him, there's one consideration. But for a typical 35-year-old, the flexibility, the ease of doing some travel. Now, there's going to be exceptions, people who are on disability or someone who just hates traveling or whatever. Understood, there are exceptions. But the average family at your age is going to be like, oh, we live in this vibrant region. Nicaragua is only the size of a state. It's about the same size as New York State. I'm going to want to spend some time exploring even just the region, let alone the world. I'm going to want to just visit family in the U.S. from time to time, whatever. There's going to be things that you're naturally going to do that are going to cause you to never trigger or take a really long time to trigger the need for residency, and with a little bit of planning to exacerbate those things and poke the needle a little bit in the right direction, you can end up in a situation where you never hit the radar for needing a visa, or even disqualify yourself from from being eligible for a visa, let alone requiring one, depending on the things you do. And that's what happened to us. Not only did we push off our visa requirement for several years, we also only did one border run in all those years because we didn't need to. Normal life kept renewing our passports, our visas. So we never needed to do the border run except for like one time. And that's one of the powers. Again, probably doesn't work for Kevin's father-in-law. He's probably looking to move in and not doing anything like that. But if you are younger and like, well, I'm going to go visit my parents in the States for a little bit, and then I'm going to take my family on vacation. We decided to go to Mexico. We decided to go to Colombia. We decided to go to Spain, right? We're getting new flights to Spain. Well, those vacations count as living somewhere else on the books. Those little things that are like, well, I put in 2 weeks in the U.S. seeing my family. That shows up as having not been here for that time, right? And so it doesn't take very much to end up in a situation where you aren't really living here full time on the books, but in your mind you are. And then suddenly it's like, I don't need a visa for 5 years, 10 years. So that is actually what people do, I would say, more than half the time. Did we lose the video for some reason? Nope. I don't know what happened. Anyway. I'm going to close this other window so I can see myself. There we go. Leo says, Chinatown, San Francisco, as an example of where a large expat community enclave has grown up inside a major city. The Ironbound in Newark, New Jersey, is a Portuguese neighborhood, very much the same. Everyone speaks Portuguese there. Every single shop, every single thing you do is in Portuguese. I lived in Little Salvador, in Dallas. Everything was in Spanish, and so forth. Yeah, very popular everywhere. John Blair, referring back to Guatemala City, would you say that it is safe to walk at night around the city in the safer areas? Of course, absolutely. A little bit, I mean, it's a large city, so don't be stupid, of course, right? Always a good rule. But I've walked around, obviously I'm a larger guy, but I've walked around, had friends walk around. I've talked to locals who've lived there for 30, 40, 50 years. And they're like, no, it's completely safe. This is as safe as anywhere. You know, there's police all over the place in the nicer zonas, you know, and it's a lively city. You go out at night, there's people everywhere in the good areas. And I was out in some really rough parts of the city. So I got to experience some extremely rough parts of the city. And so I'm aware of when I really wanted the police to pick me up. Like, I saw the police go by and I'm like, I would get into that car right now if I wouldn't be too awkward. Because it was some really rough areas. I'm itching a lot. I had a wasp sting me multiple times yesterday. I was sitting here in my chair. Somehow a wasp bite got on me while I was filming. I walked in here. It was like on my neck, and I didn't notice it. And I went, "Oh, something's on my," and it was there, and it was angry, and it just started stinging, and so I had all these. But yeah, in like Zona 10, in 14, in 6, Cajala. Absolutely, you can go out and wander at night. No problem at all. And as an example of how much I stand by that, and again, larger guy, very confident, speaks Spanish, willing to pick up my luggage and attack someone with it, right? Like, and aware that I am taking stupid risks and you shouldn't do this, right? Fully aware I am not making a recommendation. But to give you an example of how much I will put my own self on the line as an example of this, I will land at the airport at 11 o'clock at night, grab my luggage, and I hate taxis, and my Uber account doesn't work if I don't prep it ahead of time, and for some reason you can't get internet at the airport. I walked from Aurora International Airport to the, and you can look up where it is, to the, is it the Hampton Inn in Zona 9, which is not safe like 10 or 14, in the middle of the night. I've done that multiple times, walking all that way from the airport to hotels in that area in the middle of the night or quite late at night alone, right? With luggage. So like I really stand out as a target other than being a big guy. So yeah, I think it's pretty safe to walk at night. Don't do that. But Tony's here. I was in Belarus in the winter and only cared about an elevator and heating working. What city in Belarus? Were you in Minsk or like some rural place? I've heard Minsk is amazing. I'd love to spend some time there. Monty Dreams is here. Do you know what one-on-one Spanish classes cost in Leon? I don't. They're pretty cheap. You're probably looking at like $10 to $20 a lesson, but you can, certainly arrange things to have them cheaper. If you want to do a lot of lessons, remember a full-time teacher is only $200-300 a month, full-time. Like they sit in your office all day long and wait for you to speak Spanish. It's really affordable if you work things out. If you're just going to a place where they have to have an office and you're going to them and you're only doing it twice a month for an hour, you're going to pay like $20. But if you're really looking for something intense, you're like, this is going to be expensive, it'll never actually end up being expensive. At some point, you're going to max out around $300, and you can easily hire someone to do that. And that would be like the best job ever. Right? What's your job? I make double the English teacher's salary, and I sit at someone's house and speak Spanish to them. Right? Like, that would be a great job for somebody. Mike says, and can be cheaper. The border runs, that is. Not often, but reasonably, the border runs are potentially cheaper than having the residency. Mark Shippey is here. So how is the Chinese food going over there? Same as always. Terrible and very little. There's just no Chinese restaurants here. There are, like, here in Leon, in some of the bigger cities, we have the occasional Chinese restaurant, but none of them know what real Chinese food is. There's very few Chinese people to work at them, so you basically never find a Chinese cook. So neither do you get American-style Chinese, because that's not a thing here, nor do you get real Chinese, because there aren't any Chinese immigrants looking for restaurant jobs. So it's kind of Nicaraguans imagining what Chinese want to eat in most cases. Mike says, I haven't found any that's really been good. Yeah, about the Chinese food. I really do like the Chinese restaurant downtown now, at least for the specific food that I've learned how to get. I'm quite happy with it. It's not American style, and it's definitely not super authentic, but I find that it's Chinese-ish and pretty good. That place was here 10 years ago. It was the first restaurant I ever ate at in Leon. I think it's a bit better now. It's not like knock your socks off by any stretch. And even the really fancy ones in Managua, they can be good. Like, it's nice for a night out. It's good for a date night. But are they like, wow, this is really excellent Chinese food? I wouldn't go that far. Kevin says, you make border runs sound easy. They are very easy. But one in-law is 85 and losing eyesight. The other mobility issues in mid-80s also. Well, everything's hard if life is hard, but the border run itself is pretty easy. So to give you an idea of what a border run is like, and if you're elderly and it's going to be easier, they're going to give you less of a hard time, I'm sure. And are you looking at this as something you would do with them, or are they going to be on their own? Right. That's obviously a question. Doing a border run is for a lot of people, there's a couple options. One is hire a driver that takes you to the border. They drop you off as close as they can to the door. You walk into Migracion, and then there is a walk. You can hire people, though, to take anything you have and to wheel you around places. So certainly, Kevin, I would do this yourself before you make your in-laws do it. But come down and do a border run to Costa Rica. That's what we're talking about. And have some cash ready and hire people to do everything. Right? Know how to do it. Make some contacts. Find a person, porter that you feel comfortable with. Get their phone number. And be like, okay, my in-laws are coming down there in 3 months. I want you to be ready. They're going to hire you and pay him extra. Right? He charges $5. Pay him 10. Right? He'll show up. He'll be there. He'll be waiting for them. And then it's walk them to the door. Make sure they have the right things. Get them on the other side. Take them to the other side as much as possible. Is there some walking? Is there some things that are more difficult? Yes, there are some limitations. It's not perfect. So I can definitely see why there would be concern at that age, especially once there's health issues. But there's also ways to make it not as bad as it might be. That's the doing it on your own way. So right, that's getting a driver to the border, having a porter. The other option is doing something like one of the buses. If you get one of the bus services, they'll actually take you over the border and deal with everything. You get off the bus, go through the line, get the stamp, get back on the bus. That's the whole thing. Now, generally, they are going to go over to to San Jose, to Chepe Town in Costa Rica. Long bus ride. So then the issue becomes, are they okay sitting on a bus all day? If so, I find that the border crossing is extremely easy. And I like, because I get a little mini vacation in San Jose. Not everyone wants to do that, so I totally understand it's not for everyone. For me, again, super easy. 2 different ways to do the border run pretty easily. If you're going to do the other process, and that I totally understand why you feel that that is the way to go. Being in a place where they're guaranteed to be able to do that locally is going to be important. And here in Leon, certainly, you could come and be like, okay, we want to move to Leon. You go talk to Migracion, and you talk to them, right? Say, look, these are my in-laws. They can't do a border run. They can't go to Managua for this stuff. They just can't. We need to be able to do this here, right? And have Migracion in Leon, as an example where I live, talk to Managua and work something out. And they'll know, right? They'll get permission, presumably, for that, for when they go to do things. And then it'll make it easy, but you need that permission, right? Because officially, at least at this time, you have to go to Managua for your reprints. Now, if you live in Managua, okay, but the actual reprint process, not that fun. So that's why we like to do the border runs. But I think you'll be able to get permission for that. This is Nicaragua, right? Things are a conversation. Things are go and talk to people and work out a deal, right? Everyone wants to get things done. It's not about the law. It's not about the letter of the law. It's about the spirit of the law in most cases. And if the goal is to get good retirement people to move here, they're going to find ways to make that happen. For those people like me who, can completely go to the border, yeah, they're not going to make an exception in most cases because I'm lazy. They're going to be like, you can totally do this like everyone else. Get your ass in gear, get down there, and be like, okay. So it's all about what's reasonable, right? So in most cases, I think you won't have a problem. Mark says, have you heard about Trump and his travel bans and cutting off people's benefits? I've heard nothing of the sort. I have heard a ton of fear-mongering around that for years, and absolutely nothing have I heard of anything substantiated. So it seems like the kind of thing people would have reached out to me that I probably would have seen in the news, or people would have reached out about quite quickly. So for it to be a have you heard about feels very unlikely that it's true. But you always have to hear about things first somewhere, so if you have news that has happened, let me know. But there are, and always have been, massive rumors about this that go around like crazy, but they don't match anything that we see in reality, right? None of them are... they're all in direct conflict with other laws and executive orders in place. I'm not saying that Trump won't take dramatic action on things. What I'm saying is that Trump keeps taking action that is the opposite of this. And so for it to suddenly happen when he's been so completely the opposite consistently for both presidencies feels very unlikely. Possible, he can completely change direction. Of course he can. The country can change policy direction in a heartbeat. Of course it can. But does it normally? No. Very rarely does it do that. So unless you've heard something very specific that's very strongly substantiated, assume it's coming from a fake source, because there is a ton of people who make this up. There is so much hatred of those of us who have the flexibility or the wherewithal or the confidence, the bravery to move abroad and have a better life. Those who can't or won't often are very bitter, and will try to come up with ways to scare us or to threaten us, to try to take away our freedoms as Americans. Rob Snyder says, all right, then I shouldn't have any issues just waiting till 45 for residency. Not really. You'll probably be fine. A little bit of creativity, a little bit of effort. As long as you're mobile, you're gonna have a really easy time. Is it spelled Hotel Munk? It is Hotel Munk. It was originally founded by a German, so that's where the word comes from. Now it's run by an Ecuadorian. Tony says, I was in southern area, drove past Chernobyl from flying into Kiev. I lived pretty close to Chernobyl, but I never actually went because we had kids and we're like, no. But yeah, pretty cool. That's neat that you flew into Kiev to go into Belarus. Of course, the border's very close there. Like, none of it's very far away. Were you working there? Are you from there? Were you just there because it's a really freaking cool place to live? Like, what? Belarus is a little bit on the, wow, that's an effort path. I spent some time in Moldova. Oh my gosh, I love Moldova. We seriously considered buying an apartment in Chisinau. What a great city. That's one of my European cities of top notch. I love Chisinau. I love Sarajevo. I love the capital of Kosovo. I can't. Pristina, the capital of Kosovo. Great area. Skopje is really nice. I wouldn't necessarily move to Skopje, but Skopje was, to me, it feels like the inspiration for Epcot downtown. It's so cool. Audi Caceres says, I recommend going to a French bakery called Pani Paz near Plaza Siglo Nuevo. It's really good. We all know Pani Paz. There's two of them. I've known the owners for years. They're quite famous here in town, and they sell their bread even up in Matagalpa. Mike says there are little bicycle taxi things once you get out of the Nicaragua building in between towards Costa Rica, building that can take them to the limit of the walking. Yeah, there's like you can get the bicycle taxis to take you back and forth to minimize the effort at the border. That's for the border runs. Kevin says, thank you, Scott, for all your assistance. You're always helpful and straightforward. My pleasure. Hopefully that helps. Gene says, have you been to Somoto? Yes, I've been. Are you talking about the canyon? No, I've actually never done the canyon. I know everyone's surprised. But have I been to the city of Somoto? Yes, I have. I've been there for lunch. Nice area. Very far away. And hopefully soon I can drive us up there and take us on adventures and do all kinds of cool things. A lot of people asking questions in the veterans group. And for a reason, it's not entirely. I love the beach, but mostly I'm interested in homesteading. So many people homestead here. Let's see. Sorry, I get distracted. Audie says, Ometepe is beautiful as well. Absolutely. Tony says, I wanted to see old Soviet areas in 92. Got old KGB following me as I walked the streets and no McDonald's culture. Okay, you were there long before me. That is some cool stuff. Like, that's super, super great region. All that old... I'm like, why does my leg itch? Oh, yeah, my cat got me walking by. She's a very vicious cat. I love the old USSR regions. There's so much culture and like it's so different. And growing up in the US, especially the Cold War was so prevalent in our minds growing up. It was so that's the other world, the world you'll never get to see, the world you'll never be a part of. It's over there, And then the wall dropped, the curtain dropped, and then suddenly all of that was accessible, and it's like we can go there. Like what? And boy, is it cool, right? Just like they love coming to the West and being like all these things that we were warned about, told about, saw on TV or whatever. You can actually go experience it, and it's just such a different world. It's really cool. So I loved being in that region. Kiev's fantastic. I'm so sad about the war. I was there during the war, so I actually lived through the war for a while I was there. Now, we weren't in the Kiev being bombed portion, but we were there, military on the streets, occupied portions of the country, like full-on war, bombers on the runways. Like, we were ready. It was happening. So super interesting, but it was an amazing experience. Very glad we did it. And it's neat now. You know, my kids are older. That was, oh my gosh, 7 years ago. And, man, I miss some of that stuff. No wonder my kids really miss traveling. That's the thing. They love Nicaragua, but they wish they could get out and see the world again, and just be adventurous. But we have dogs now and a cat, and we're very settled. Like, life has changed a lot. And we can't do some of those things that we used to do in the same way, which is sad, because that was such a cool part of our lives. Like, what an amazing time that we had. I'm so glad that we did that stuff. But they miss that for sure, because they grew up with it. To them, it was just their childhood, being vagabonds moving around the world, and they miss that, right? Because without it, they're just, there's a gap. But it's interesting for me to think of my kids having this life where we're living around the world and going to all these different places and always exploring something new is just life. Like, that's just what they did. It's so foreign to my childhood experience. But they got to live in the former Soviet Union. They got to live in these kind of dream places. It was really, really cool. So I'm very thankful for those experiences, for them and for us as a family, and for me. Auntie Dream says, thank you, Scott. Well, you're welcome. Everall Tatum McField, why do you always advise people who want to move there to have a minimum of $1,500 a month, and they are families that are living in less than $1,000 a month? Because I don't want people to overly struggle and fail, pretty much. So a couple things. One, if you don't have $1,250 a month, you don't qualify for a rentista visa. So, and if it's a family, you need more. That's for one person. So I'm advising people to have enough money to legally qualify to be here should you need to not be constantly traveling. Now, like we say, you do have the flexibility to, within reason, border hop and do a lot of things. And there are people who are living it under, I know people who are living as single people under $800 a month. I think Mike will jump in and say, yeah, a single person can do a lot that a family cannot. Once you're taking care of kids and stuff, you do need a bit more. Could a family live on under $1,000? I don't know any expat families doing that, first of all, at all. But could it be done? Yes, as an experiment, you could pull it off. Do you have some costs that you need to consider? Absolutely. You will have to, as a person trying to do that, if you're under $1,250 a month income, then you have to do border runs at a minimum of every 180 days. And you have some fees in there, right? Even if you're not doing border runs, you still have roughly a $1 a day fee, which is not crippling, but when your budget is $1,000 a month, it's noticeable, right? It's a percentage of your total budget. So you have to consider those things, that those exist. And if you switch to the cedula system, then there's a different fee that is a little bit less, but it's still there. And you have to be able to afford to get to the border. You have to have enough money to qualify to cross the border. You have to have enough money to qualify to cross the border back. You don't want to be in a position for anyone to turn you down, or you don't have enough money to work around it. So you're pretty tight. So I'm interested. You say there are families living on under $1,000 a month. Where are you finding those people? Because, you know, if you come down for 3 months, you can live on anything you can get away with. But your income for a family has to be legally a minimum to qualify as a family. Is I think 1,500 is actually the absolute bare minimum number you're allowed to have as a retired couple with no kids. That's just 2 people, and that's enough to live on, right? You can certainly do it. That's why they set those numbers as minimums, because they want to make sure you can survive and aren't going to be a problem. It doesn't mean they're trying to help you survive well. That's up to you, but to survive at all, that is their concern. And so that's the set number. But I think that the number is realistic, that getting much below that with any amount of safety gets a little bit difficult. Single for 1,000, yes, for sure. Oh, no. So a single person who gets $1,000 a month. If it's a pension, it is legal to get a pensionato at $1,000 a month. That is the 1,000 a month is the number for a pensionato. If you are doing a rentista, then the number is 1,250 is the minimum that is required to get that. As a border hopper, you can technically make less, but they can turn you down at any time. So, for if you have money in the bank, no problem. If you don't, it could turn into eventually them turning you down because they know you won't qualify for a visa in the future. Everyone says, yes, indeed, someone that has no vices can live there with $1,000 a month, and that is the retirement visa requirement. Yes, correct, for one person. If you have, it's not, let's be clear, not a retirement visa, it is a pensionato visa. So a lot of Americans who are retired don't qualify for pensionatos. They have to be rentistas. Yeah, and absolutely, a single retiree can live on 1,000. That is different than a family. If you have a family, you have a different general lifestyle. You have things you have to deal with, children's health and schooling and things like that. Mike says, family, I would not plan for anything less than $2,500 a month if you are coming from North America and do not have experience being here and are not fluent in Spanish. True, but that's for one person. Additional people, it's $500 per person. Okay. Yep. And that's where I get the family number from, right? So family means at least 2 people, at least a couple. So you have to have 1,000 for the first, and then I was not aware of the number, but 500 for each additional person apparently. So 1,500 is the legal minimum to qualify. Larry says, have you used the delivery app for shawarma delivery? I have not. There's no app. That's the problem. I gotta call a number. And I have to have cash. I never have cash. I can go a month without cash, Larry. That is a showstopper, unfortunately. If he had falafel on Panita's job, I'd order right now on the show, just to make a point. I'd be like, let's get shawarma on the show. And I would do it. And I would do it right now because it sounds wonderful. I'm going to look it up. If it comes up. Nothing searchable. Mike says, yes, I love it, but I eat meat. Oh, wait. Did he take it off the app? I don't see him. There he is. I'm going to check again. I check all the time. Shawarma. Oh, closed for today. They're not even open, Larry. Oh, that might be because it's 10 o'clock at night. Nothing's open now. But I still don't see the vegetarian option. So sad. Okay, Everell says, so pensionato and rentista is 2 different animals. I thought it was the same thing in Spanish. No. So pensionato is the same as pensioner. Rentista is a person who makes their money from rentista. So it's the same word in Spanish and English. Rentista is a standard investor who is not investing in Nicaragua. So when we say an investor visa, that refers to investing in Nicaragua. Right? And a rentista means you're an investor in the general sense. You have investments where you're coming from, and they pay you dividends, and that's what's providing your money. A pensionato is a person with a pension. So in Spanish, they're very discreetly different. They're also different in English, right? Pension, pensionato, rentista. But don't mix them together. They are discreetly 2 different retirement packages. and I have some videos that break them down differently. But for Americans, you're almost always limited to rentista. It's very rare for an American to qualify for pensionado unless you are a what? Unless you are generally military or a teacher. No senior retirement visa available as yet. We just described the 2 senior retirement visas that are options. The pensionado and the rentista. Those are the 2 retirement visas. And they are what they sound like. Pensionado requires you to have a pension of at least $1,000 for one person. And the rentista requires you to have retirement investments or any type of investments for $1,250 for one person. Well, Colombia, the rate is lower than Nicaragua. Okay. The cost of living is higher generally in Colombia. That one's tough because Colombia is very competitive on general cost of living. We've looked into this before. I've never seen anywhere actually come in cheaper. People always claim like Paraguay is cheaper, but it's only the number you have to be safe, right? So it's not about how much it costs to live. It's not about how much you're going to spend. It's about how much you have to bring in so the government is comfortable with it. I haven't looked at Colombia in a while. Okay, so I'm going to try not to look at a AI write-up, which is certainly wrong. Who's it for? Okay, so according to ColombiaVisaServices.com, the amount is a pension at $1,000 a month. So, like we've always found, I don't know any country that is lower than Nicaragua. They're basically all the same. What part are you seeing in Colombia that is lower? Ecuador retirement visa is $1,250 in retirement month. Yep. So almost everyone's the same. It's a universal number. I don't know that they coordinate, but I've yet to find a country that isn't basically the same in the region. They all are working off of the same base logic or shared information or something. Most of the countries in the region, if you decide to live at or near rock bottom, are really close in their cost of living. And mostly leave it up to you to figure it out. Just looking to see if there's any. Okay, so according to this website, Colombia is $5 cheaper. $995 instead of $1,000. But the cost of getting to Colombia, if you're coming from North America, is much, much higher. Peru is $1,000 for retirement. Right. So they're all of them. I think what you're going to find is they're $1,000 for pensionado and $1,250 for rentista. And when you're looking, different sources show you different ones and call them different things. So if someone's calling it retirement, there's a good chance that's not really what it is. Because here we don't call it retirement, but it's the retirement visa. But it's really rare that someone is basing, like, do you really want to base your decisions of where to live, and some people absolutely have to, off of the minimum legal requirement for the visa. And basically that'll come down to, do you have enough retirement to move anywhere? If so, you can move almost anywhere. And if you don't, then basically everywhere is shut off to you. Unfortunately, right? It's unfortunate that there are some people who do not have the means to live abroad at all. But as long as you do have the means to live abroad, these numbers don't matter. They're irrelevant. So that's the only time that it matters is if you're not going to qualify. And all of them have the same goal, right? They don't want retirees becoming dependent on the state. They want to make sure that you have significant enough resources to survive. They're not looking for you to be able to live well. They hope you live well, but that's up to you. Always people wanting follow-ups on everything. Answer this, answer that, blah, blah, blah. Oh, never got an email. Well, that's stupid. And the ticket disappeared. That's also stupid. Well, I guess I would stay put here in Boston. I also have more than $25,000 in cash, but I guess that doesn't count towards the retirement visa. That's correct. Cash does not count towards retirement visas in any country that I know because it doesn't actually show. I have a video about this. It doesn't show anything of value to the country that you're moving to. If you have money in cash, all it tells them is that you don't have your money wisely invested and you're not getting a return off of it. So while you may have a small amount of money in cash, it's not in a form that shows a responsible, long-term, reliable maintenance of that money, and their fear will be that you will just spend that, maybe buying a home or renting or something, and then that money's not there. Now, of course, you could do that with your retirement money as well. That would disappear and your visa would disappear. There's really good reasons why the money you have in cash won't count. Because if it had value as cash, if you had enough in cash to matter, then the smart thing to do would be to turn that cash into an investment, be making the money that you need to retire, and then be able to retire somewhere. So I guess the situation is that you are not receiving $1,000 of pension or $1,250 of rentista, and therefore you're not able to qualify in any of the countries. I mean, if you're in Boston, you must be going through so many more funds. I can't even imagine. Riding the bus in Boston must cost more than living in those countries. How do they do that? Do they make good white wine in Nicaragua? They don't make good wine in Nicaragua. They basically don't make wine in Nicaragua. There's one group of surfers who had a surf shack make some wine as a point of proving that they can. That's it. We're not a wine country, right? We have no wine zone to make wine in. So we would all love if wine was made here. It'd be interesting and fun, but even if we did, chances are it would not be very good. We love wine here. Plenty of people drink wine. It's all brought in from South America. What do you love most about living in Nicaragua compared to other places you've lived? I mean, at the end of the day, the answer is the culture, right? And that's not to say that all the other places I've lived in don't have amazing culture. Of course they do. They're all very different. And I wish I could have them all. Right, like I don't not want to be in any of those places. We carefully picked lots of really good places that we absolutely loved as places to try living, and we worked very hard at that. Right, we wanted them to be safe and affordable and potential permanent places and so forth. And so we really put in a lot of effort into that. And I feel incredibly successful. There's not a single place that we've lived that I wouldn't be okay being my permanent home. Some are way ahead of others, I would say. Of the places we were in, actually, Italy may be the last place country. There's something about the tangible, direct connection to everyday life in Nicaragua, the ability to be part of the culture, to be part of a story that's unfolding. When we're in Italy or Spain, so often, I mean, I love them. Greece, oh my gosh, fantastic. So much of the time, I feel like we were looking at a story that was already told, and our ability to be a part of the place was minimal. We didn't fit in. We didn't blend in. And not that we didn't fit in, but we didn't blend in. We didn't naturally become a further part of the place. And it didn't feel like we would, over time, really do that. Right? Like, the people who from anywhere that move to those places, I think, really struggle. They're always outsiders in a place that's tired of outsiders, right? They have loads of tourists, loads of expats, people always coming through. And so you end up in this, you're always on the outside, and you just will be. Even if the neighbors are great and the culture's great. Romania was different. Kiev, a little bit different because of the giant city. But so many places it was like, yeah, we loved the place. People loved having us there. They were friendly. But we weren't part of their community, and they knew it and we knew it. Nicaragua is so different. Granada, we didn't feel that, but here in Leon, and as long as you stay away from San Juan del Sur and Granada, the ability to really be part of the Nicaragua story, to be part of our community, to be welcome and embraced is so easy. Plus the cost of living, the safety, those are big things. I feel that Nicaragua gives us the most ability to enjoy life as a family and to I want to be a part of the place, right? And I want to be a part of this story. I want to be an important character in the play here. And I feel like Nicaragua gives me that chance in a way that very few places do. There's a lot of things that I like about Nicaragua. It all comes together as less of a single thing that makes it magic as much as the combination or the lack of bad things, maybe. Being one of the cheapest possible places to live, that's a big deal. Being... no snow. That was important for me. Speaking a language that we can easily handle, right? I loved Greece, but I was never going to learn Greek. I mean, I would someday, 30, 40 years. Spanish, I talk to people like there's integration. It's different. In Digital says, US guy, I'm sorry. Not quite sure what the context was there. Mama Italiano, do they make good wine? No. So if it's imported, I think is what it is. How much is a bottle? So like this bottle is between $5 and $8, so it's not the cheapest, but it's not terrible. It's certainly not European prices. Everett says, I'm good here in Boston because of low income, got state health insurance. So remember, health here is free. There's no insurance in the U.S. that like a billionaire doesn't get as good health care in the U.S. as you do here. Subsidized housing. It'd be surprising if it gets as cheap as here, but maybe. Transportation, I bet, unless it's free, I bet it's not competing with how cheap it is here. So even with $1,100 a month, I'm good here. So it's I can see that you can make it, but do you think you can make it as well as you can here without being cold? And maybe that's true. Maybe it is better there. Right? Like that's possible. But do you feel that the subsidies will outweigh being able to live here? But is $1,100 a month, you said, as a family, so that you're talking about multiple, or how many people are living on $1,100 a month? Food being the biggest thing, right? So here at $1,100 a month, you're at 4 times minimum wage. Right, so being able to eat while still going out to lots of restaurants is not normal. It does exist, right? He follows up. Just trying to go to someplace hotter than New England. Well, we're definitely hotter than New England. But it's not feasible. Then I'll do my best with whatever I have here in Boston. I guess I'm unclear why it's not feasible unless the $1,100 a month is rentista. Is there good coffee there? Mama Italiano says. And if it is rentista, then the thing that I always say is, and this is difficult, I understand, how can you get to that rentista number? So one of the first things is, you got $25,000 in cash. Why is that not in rentista? Get that into rentista money. It's not going to make up the whole difference. $25,000 is not going to make you $150 a month. That's your shortfall. If you're looking at rentista, is $150 a month. If you're looking at pensionado, you're good. You're 10% over. So that's where we don't know what's going on there. But 25,000 should generate. It may easily will generate the difference. So it purely comes down to exactly the thing that I said that the government would worry about, is that you don't put the money where it makes sense, and that's what they're looking for, right? What they want to be sure of is that you know how to deal with your money to make sure that it's going to last. That's what they want to see. They want to see that you have enough and that you're putting it in the right place. And cash is not the right place. So that's actually, you don't even want to mention it, right? I have a whole bunch of cash. That is not something you want to say to a government, because what they hear is, I'm a risk. What you want to do is turn that into rentista income and show that you are reliable. Mama Italiano, good coffee there. So we make good coffee here. We are able to have it, but getting it in a coffee shop is actually quite hard. They do exist, like here in Leon, we have Dr. Coffee. They're excellent, but they're few and far between. If you're up in the mountains, there's a bit more. Matagalpa, you've got some coffee options, although I don't really like the way that they do the coffee in the mountains. I prefer the coffee down here. It's more European in style, but to getting access to it is hard. If you're in Hinotepe, there's a couple of coffee shops. Of course, Managua has a number of good cafes. Leon, we have one, right? It's quite good, but there's one, So that's something that I really wish there was a lot more coffee culture. I wish there was more coffee options. But even one really good coffee place, there's a couple. But even with one really noticeable good coffee shop, we get extremely few people in it, right? It's not busy, and so there's no market for another one. But we'd love another one because we'd like more variety of places to go. And I'd love to go to a coffee shop and sit on the square and watch, and there's things that I like to do with cafes. We don't have enough cafes to do those things. We got one cafe, you get the view it has, or whatever. Gene asks, are flights to Corn Island typically expensive? They're about $190. Thoughts on the island? Everyone says the island's amazing. It's a beautiful, tiny Caribbean island. You get that Caribbean vibe. It's not that expensive to go there, but you can only fly to one island. You got to take a boat to the other. So it is what it is. Indigenous says, I would think U.S. people are judged there like the rest of the world. Absolutely not in any way whatsoever. I have a video on that from just a couple days ago. Nicaragua is a very progressive country and doesn't judge people by their nationalities, which is, of course, massively uneducated and racist, and you hope that no one would do that, but of course people do, right? Average people everywhere in the world are just terrible. Nicaragua really stands out as being a really great place. Now, I don't know a single American who's ever had that experience here. Now, partially that's because we are not the major immigrant population here. Canadians are. And so Canadians, I feel, do get a very small amount of that, and that shields the Americans from it. So that may be a factor. I feel like my dog's laying next to me, but she's not. Oh, there she is. She's just... But as an American here, no. Absolutely no part of that whatsoever. And having been around Latin America a bit, I experienced maybe a tiny bit of that in Argentina, definitely not in Bolivia. But it's the U.S. as a country may deserve it, but people who leave the U.S. are who exactly don't deserve it, right? If you treat Americans who are specifically getting out of America, who are like, I don't want to be a part of that, I don't want to be represented by that, I'm not that, and you treat them that way, you have justified it. You have gone out of your way and said, they were right, we were wrong. And that's not what anyone wants to do, right? You're reinforcing the thing that people were trying to escape, right? because the United States is like, don't go there, right? They don't like Americans. They're racist. They're nasty. They're terrible. And then you go there, and that's not what you find, right? But you don't want people acting that way because that will swap that culture, and that will justify every bit of thing that happens in the United States. And they'll be like, see, we told you, right? They don't look at you as an individual person. They look at you as the place that you came from. So we get to do the same thing. You do never want to become the Trumpster in reverse, right? Because it's still Trump. It's still that culture. That it's still MAGA. You don't want to be their justification or be their validation. So yeah, as a country, a lot of things are deserved, and that country gets that way because a lot of people in it feel that way, and that's terrible and it's sad. But guess what? Those people are not traveling. Those people are not out seeing the world. Those people are not getting out and escaping. Those people are not making a point of creating jobs other places. They're not trying to shuffle their money to those other places. They're trying to keep all that in the U.S. They're trying to not do those things. And so as someone who travels and someone who knows people who travel, right, whether they're coming to the U.S., going from the U.S., whatever, the people who are traveling are never the people who reflect the thing you don't like about the culture that they came from. Generally, they're there because they're fighting against that culture, for whether it's they just don't want to be a part of it, or they want to make a statement, or they're trying to vote with their wallet, or they're trying to make a difference, or they're trying to leave. Right. Flights, treated... I just want to be able to buy a bag of organic whole beans. I'll make it myself. Very hard to do here. But yeah, you can get the beans, but most things have to be exported and re-imported. So getting raw beans here is relatively hard unless you have a hookup. Like, you can get it, but you're going to the grocery store and getting the same stuff as everyone else. It's very sad. If your interest is in growing beans, we can do it. If the interest is getting really good coffee, it can be done, but it's going to be much harder than basically anywhere else. Backyard Bandit, why don't more Americans live in Managua? Have you been to Managua? Especially Santo Domingo or Villa Fontana Sur. The weather is amazing up there, but you can be anywhere in Nicaragua in less than 2 hours. So a lot of reasons. Managua itself doesn't have a great reputation, and it doesn't feel like a big city. I'm one of the few people who defends Managua all the time. It's actually a pretty nice city, but traffic is bad, and how many Americans or foreigners in general really want to live in those isolated communities? They're nice communities, for sure. I love them. And I think that's where my kids want to live, right? They really like Los Altos de Santo Domingo. And, but as someone looking to move to those potential communities, you have very limited food delivery. You have very limited city feeling. And when you don't get a city feel, why move to a city of 2 million and pay those very high prices to live in those areas when there are low-cost rural areas all over the place? If you wanted a big city, Nicaragua probably wasn't your first choice. So Managua suffers from this trap of being a large city while not giving you most of the benefits of a large city. And so people who are looking for large city living generally don't come to Nicaragua. Those who don't want large city living generally avoid Managua. And, as someone who loves big cities, it doesn't do it for me. Do I like Managua? I do. Do I go there all the time? I do. Do I like those neighborhoods you mentioned? Absolutely. I do. And if I was going to live in Managua and I had the financial resources, would I want to live in them? Yeah, I probably would. That is probably where I would go. I really like Villa Fontana Sur, or Aurora, which is one beyond that. But have you ever spent real time up there? They're pretty remote. Even though you're in Managua, you have this weird, I'm in Managua. I'm also in the country and remote and isolated from everybody, which can be a weird kind of thing. For some people, it's going to be great, and you're going to be like, I love this place. But for any number of people, I think it doesn't really meet what they're looking for. If you're looking for city, it doesn't qualify. If you're looking for country, it doesn't qualify. It's a weird thing in the middle, and I don't know what the delivery is up there, and the cost of living is just very high. Again, most people coming to Nicaragua are looking for very low cost living, whether it's because they need to or because they're just being frugal. That's a very heavy driving factor for a large percentage of people coming to Nicaragua. The number that come here with, and let's be fair, we don't really mean unlimited, but unlimited financial resources are not the norm by any stretch. And so the percentage of people who come to Nicaragua and are like, I'm willing to just spend many times the average rent in order to be in this kind of quirky location, nice as it is just not very high. It's hard to imagine going back. So if I go back home to the United States, to New York or Texas, and I talk to family and friends and give them options of where to live, I can talk them into Nicaragua or to be really interested in Nicaragua pretty easily, right? We're safe, we're warm, we got the ocean, we got all this stuff. And they're going to be like, great, where do I want to live? I can be like, well, I got you on the beach, right? We got loads of waterfront, and a lot of people are just like, beach? So you had me at B, right? I didn't even hear the each. Like, I'm there, right? Sand, surf, say no more. There's that crowd. There's the crowd that's like, this Nicaragua thing sounds great, but I need the coolest weather I can possibly get. They're up in Matagalpa, they're up in Jinotega, and they don't care about anything else. They're just trying to escape the heat, and they're okay. They're flexible other than that. That's a crowd. You've got I want to be around a bunch of other expats, so they're looking for the enclaves or the enclave-ish kind of living. San Juan del Sur, Granada, maybe Ometepe. They're going to find some group that's okay with that. Those are going to go there. I need to be in a tourist area. I want to do some business, and it's got to be tourist because that's what I imagine when I go to a new country, so I'm going to do it. Oh, I'm going to lose all my money? I don't care. I'm going to do it anyway. I'm the exception. I know how to run a business better than everyone else who's ever done this. Okay. They're going to be in Granada. They're going to be on one of the beaches. Again, they're going to be where the tourists are. Some people have there's an island in a volcanic lake. Yeah, I'm living there. I don't care what else you say. Right? They exist. And then there's a reason why Managua, Chinandega, Huigalpa, Boaco, Acatal, and so forth often are empty of expats. Not empty, but empty of expats because they don't have one of those obvious move to a new country draws. Are they the cheapest place you could move? Nope. Within the country. So the budget people are not generally picking those. Are they surrounded by the resources you want? Nope. Okay. Then when you get people who are going to be in Managua, generally, the majority of them are going into Managua as a compromise. Well, I got to be near the airport. Well, I got to work, and so there's some business thing that makes me have to be there. Well, I'm just a person who picked capital cities, and that's where I have to be. I don't do any research. That's a group. I'm a retiree. Kevin's in-laws, right? I cannot travel to things. I have to be near all the resources, including the hospital. Okay, in the past, that's been a big deal. Now with Leon opening the giant medical center, that's a little bit less true. But you can see these patterns. I don't see one of those patterns that's very large for this quirky Managua outlying neighborhood lifestyle. There's no question that it's awesome. There's no question that it's beautiful areas that the right person is going to just fall in love with. That is absolutely true. But I think it's really easy when you go and spend time in any of them to go, oh, but I don't think I would actually make the choice to live there because there's always something wrong. It's not the middle of the city. I can't walk to things. It's not the country. I have to have a car, but I can call it taxi, but it's more expensive. Delivery is a pain. I'm not around people. There aren't a lot of things local. There's a few things, but if they're not the right things, I think that's where they really suffer. Now, I lived for a while in Ithaca, New York, on the east side of town, in areas that would exactly remind you of those. And for me, it was magic. I loved that part of my life. It's also when I met my wife, and I was in that, like, young, mid-20 age with all my friends. So it was like friends, right? Like, I had a group of friends. We got a giant house, like, imagine, just off Cornell campus in East Ithaca, and lived in this really ritzy area surrounded by like cool stuff, but also kind of like it felt like Via Fontana Sur. And so living that part of my life and meeting my wife there and all that was amazing memories. And I could live that way again, no question. And I totally see why a lot of people do fall in love with those particular neighborhoods. And you left off Las Colinas, and even Los Robles could qualify in a lot of ways. But I can also see why it certainly is a niche element, and they're very difficult to discover. So as a foreigner who's looking at potential places in the country, they're not easy to stumble on, particularly. You kind of have to know what you're doing to end up in those areas in most cases, or just stumble on the right realtor who directs you there. I lived here for years before I really knew them, and longer before I was like, this might be an area. Now I love exploring those areas. I know people up there. My kids are interested in those areas. I try to get in there when I can, and I think they're really interesting and important parts of understanding the incredibly diverse and bizarre culture that is Managua, right? Managua is a really interesting city. It's so different than everything else anywhere, right? I really like it from that aspect. But I think those parts of Managua, they require a little bit more. They're less obvious. They're more quirky. And I think the main piece is not that they're not awesome and not that they aren't right for a lot of people. It's finding the people who would like them and convincing them that that's where they want to be. Making the connection between the people who would be interested in them and finding them is hard, I think. And so that's why I think people don't go up there. The weather is nice. It is a good location. It is beautiful housing. It is expensive. And for me, I think Ticuantepe and Las Colinas are actually more interesting. A little bit denser, a little bit more going on, a little bit older. But yeah, all of that. I try to explore that region a lot, and I really like it. Janet says, I have to go for the night. Hopefully, at least I'll have an early class. See you soon. Have a good night, Janet. Yeah, how are we doing here? 10:42. All right, not bad, not bad. Who do we got? Oh, where's my? There we go. We have 20 people on. Oh, excuse me. I'm yawning. I'm sorry. Expat Pizzazz says streaming 3 hours. Wow. Are you mocking us for being a short night? So for Expat Pizzazz, I love that name. We typically do 5 to 8 hours every Thursday. This past month, I was talking about this earlier. I have been heads down working. I'm actually pushing 120 hours a week for the last month, nonstop, no break. And so I am burned out. We started hours late tonight. We actually started 3 hours late tonight. So we should be at 6.5 hours at this point, but did not. So some weeks we do go shorter. This is one of our super short weeks. We'll probably barely go over 4 hours. But we try to do 5 to 8 with 6 to 7 being a pretty good sweet spot most weeks. We try to start at 4:30, try to wrap up around midnight local time. But yeah, we often go quite long. This is barely a warm up. I still have all this to go. Like we're doing fine. And I've done my Duolingo. I don't have to worry about that. I've wrapped up work for the day. I don't have to worry about that. My kids know where I am. Like I've been doing this for almost 2 years. So the Thursday nights, they know we get dinner early and then I'm gone, and that's what we do on Thursday nights. And then they know when I'm done off of here, we're going to go watch shows together or whatever. We are ready to do the ending, the season finale of season 7, because we're binging it, of Supernatural, which is such a goofy TV show, but I really like it. And my kids love it. They asked me for so long, because it's 15 seasons long, and my daughters are like, you got to watch it with us. You never watch the shows we want to watch. We want to watch Supernatural. And I got them to watch Roswell, which was an inspiration for Supernatural, same network. And they were like, okay, we'll watch Roswell with you. And they really liked it. They really liked the original Roswell. And they're like, okay, now you have to do ours. You have to do Supernatural. And I'm like, all right. So we're doing 15 seasons of Supernatural as a constant binge. And we're just coming up on halfway through it, which is pretty crazy. And but I really like it. I'm really enjoying it. Obviously, I really enjoy watching shows with my kids. That's the bigger thing. But it's a good show too. Like good characters for the most part, and like I like the actors, and the story's interesting, and it's something different. It's just a style that I enjoy, which obviously my kids get that from me and from my wife. My wife really likes that show as well, but she's not binging it with us. But she's the one that turned me on to Supernatural when we were early just married. So I don't know. That was a long story about watching Supernatural with my kids, but that's what I'll be doing tonight when we're done on the live stream. I'm doing a little bit of work in the background because you guys are not chatting a whole lot. Oh, why is my paste is not working? What is going on? Paste. There we go. But yes, this last month has been really crazy, but in good ways, right? The transition back to being a software engineer has been really good, like really rewarding. I'm really enjoying it, and my boss is really enjoying her transition into taking over a lot of project management duties, and we're doing a ton together and a lot of new direction setting, and it's just been a really good general experience for the two of us this past month, and she's never seen me as a software engineer because I've been in IT for several decades now, and so as a shift, seeing me in my old field for the first time in a really long time, I think is really interesting for her, and she's enjoying the whole, like, she's put in a lot of her professional career with the company, and so seeing a different aspect of the same company doing different things, I think has been really good for her. In a lot of ways. Did I get everything? If you're there for business. Oh, yeah, if you're there for business, you're probably going to be in Managua. That's not always the case, but yeah, mostly. If you're in Managua, you're probably there for business. Expat Pizzazz says, in your opinion, what is the best place for a single person to start with who speaks Spanish as a second language to explore the country for the first time? So how long are you going to be here? Like, are you talking like a week? Are you talking like moving in indefinitely, or just a long trip? Like, what is it? So we'll get back to that. Eric says, I recommend you the film Under Fire with Nick Nolte. It's about Nicaragua's Civil War in 1979. Oh my gosh, with Nick Nolte? How did I not? Oh, why am I... I typed in Nick Nolte, Under Fire. I just watched 48 Hours and another 48 Hours recently. Is that really its name? Is it almost its name? Mama Italiano is taking off. Have a good night. IMDb, Under Fire. Under Fire, 1983. 3 journalists. That's Nick Nolte. The first, is that where the first casualty of war is the truth? Is that where that quote's from? I'm sure it's not. I had no idea that he was in that movie. I'm currently reading The Jaguar Smile by Salman Rushdie, which is also about the same thing. Gene Hackman, Ed Harris, wow. How do I not know this movie? And why is it not more widely available? All right, I'm going to find it. Don't worry. How long? A few weeks at least, maybe a few months, depending on if I like it. Okay, so if you're coming in for a few weeks to give it a start, probably Granada. Be realistic, it's a tourist town. But it's definitely going to give you a pretty easy getting started. You'll have some other expats around. You'll have things to do. It's easy to get to a lot of things from there because it's central in the country. Easy to get to the capital. There we go. Looks like it's easily available. 1080p, 1983. Yep. Getting it now. This is the great thing about Nicaragua. Getting movies and stuff, so easy. There we go. Under Fire, 1983. Downloading, I'll let you know when we have it. From Granada, you can easily get to Masaya. You can easily get to the lake. You can easily get to Managua, the capital. Taking trips or moving on from there, like getting to Leon, pretty easy. Yeah, it's a little bit of effort, but not bad. Getting up to Matagalpa, same thing, not that bad. Plenty to do in the region. Oh, sorry, please repeat that. I was watching your ads and I missed what you said. What I said is, realistically, I would say Grenada. It is touristy, so you are going to have a number of expats around. You are going to have tourists around. You'll be kind of separate. Be aware. It's a tourist center, but it's going to have more hotels, some things to do, and it's really close and central to a lot of stuff. So using it as a launching point while still having tourist infrastructure works pretty well. So I like it as a place to start. Just have that mindset. This is not real Nicaragua. It's a little bit artificial, but going to Masaya, going to Managua, getting around to other places, so easy. Make sure you leave the city, right? Make sure you get out and explore, but you'll get a feel for things. And I would recommend that you do actually go to Managua, but save it for towards the end, because it's a very hard city to understand, and you can easily be very turned off by it, which a lot of us were, right? Living here, it was very easy to be like, Managua, I'm not going there. Oh, I hate Managua. Every trip to Managua is so stressful. It's so much work, blah, blah, blah. Now, my kids, right, they're 14 and 16. They are like, Managua, let's go. My daughter went today, right? Not for fun, but she did, and she likes it. Every time it's their birthday, we go to Managua for their birthday, right? And spend a day or two and go shopping, go to restaurants, maybe go do some activities like bowling or laser tag or whatever. There's more to do, and it's actually a really cool city. It's just not a city you can easily understand. So you don't want to go there too early and be like, wait, I don't know where to go in Managua. That's the biggest problem, is that Managua is just not designed for tourists, and there's very few good hotels. There are, but they're hard to find. There aren't that many great restaurants. There are awesome restaurants. They're just hard to find. And you need to know where to go and know what you're looking for and know what you're doing. And then Managua becomes this really, it's like a flower that you're opening up, and you're like, wait, oh, I'm getting there, right? But as a first timer, it's easy to be stuck on highways and by trash dumps, and you're just like, this is terrible. What are we doing here? Right? And then later when you're like, okay, this is a really vibrant, gritty city with some amazing like underbelly and some amazing like cool restaurants and neighborhoods that I need to explore and understand. You need to give it a little bit of time. But Leon, Matagalpa, I'd really recommend hitting those. I think that they give you really good feel for more of Nicaragua. There's a lot. I mean, obviously every place is cool. Go everywhere. But those three, like the capital district with Granada, Masaya, and Managua, and then Leon in the west and Matagalpa in the mountains, if you do those three, I think you get a survey of the country that's really good. What's a good budget per month for a first timer? That is so hard, because if you're a backpacker or if you're luxury, those things are going to be wildly different. I mean, per month, if it was me, I'd be spending a few thousand for sure. But I'm going to be staying in a hotel every night, right? So for me, my level of luxury here in Nicaragua, I'm typically going to spend between $30 and $60 a night in a hotel, right? But I want to stay in nice hotels. I don't want to stay in hostels. I will stay in hostels. I don't have a problem with that. I'm pretty flexible. But if I'm going to be going and checking out a place, like if I'm going to Guatemala City, I'm dropping $85 a night. Like, that's what I'm spending, right? I'm not there for a really long time, but that's how much I'm spending. If I'm here, let me go grab an example hotel from Managua, just to give you an idea of a nice hotel and what that cost. Nothing super fancy, but also, you know, so often when I go to Managua, I'm staying in actually fancier places. But I can do Managua anywhere from 30 to 110, depending. But I've got a specific example that I want to find for you. For like if I'm here we go, perfect. And this came up 71. You can definitely get cheaper days, and if you're staying a number of days, of course, call them and make a deal. But here we go. Just to give you an idea of what a nice hotel in the capital would be nice. Like, this is in a really nice neighborhood. I'm told that the restaurant in here is pretty decent. I've not eaten at it, but you can tell this is a beautiful spot, right? So I'm not going on a budget. I'm not trying to specifically save, but if I needed to, I certainly could. I could drop my hotel budget to 30. I could cut this in half, but I also could stay here, right? So figure $50 to $60 a night at least for hotels for most people. So that adds up, right? $10. So that's $1,500 right there. And then you're going to want to go out and eat. Yeah, we're cheap, but if you're a tourist, you're probably going to want to eat at a lot of restaurants, like nice restaurants all the time. You're not going to want to cook for yourself. But can you? Yeah, absolutely, you can. So, we know people who live here at $800 a month, but it's also possible to drop $3,000 to $4,000 a month when you're staying in a hotel every night. Not too hard, right? So, if you want to stay at the Hilton for a month, that's just over $3,000, or that is $3,000. They would probably get you in at under $3,000. So it all depends how you want to do it. But like traveling around, private driver, not going to cost you $100 a day. Most days you don't need a driver. You can take public transportation and be super cheap. So like anywhere, you can spend money or be very cheap depending on what it is you're looking to do. Foxy Spartan is here. Hello again, friend. Hey, Foxy. There's another movie called Walker with Ed Harris about Nicaragua. What is it with Ed Harris in Nicaragua? That's awesome. And let me... Oh, I don't have Under Fire yet. It was downloading really fast. I have half of it. Now it's slowed down. I don't want anything too fancy, just something fairly decent. Probably 30 to 40 for most of the country, but if you're staying in other places, like if you're staying in Matagalpa, the price is going to go down. Staying in Leon, it's going to go down a little. So you can get by pretty decent in that like 30, like under $50 for sure. And in some areas you can pull it off under 30, but you're going to be shopping around and things will be limited. I'm going to look for that Walker with Ed Harris. Mary W, another great live chat. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Mary. Have a good night. I assume you're taking off. Eric says Mirador Tizcapa is great, or Tizcapa Viewpoint. There you get a great panoramic view from a hill, a view of Lake Managua, the city, and the volcanoes. There's a lot of miradors in the country. They're like memorials, but they're obviously observation points, so they're all over. But they're common, and there we go. Walker, 1987. Ed Harris, a true story. Before Rambo, before Oliver North. The unconventional retelling. Oh, the story of William Walker. Interesting. I had no idea that was a movie. And with Ed Harris. And with Rene Auberjonois. That's surprising. For those who don't know him, he's from Star Trek Deep Space Nine. All right, let's see if I can find this movie. All right. Also hard to find, but I will find it. And I found it. Looks like the right movie. Cool. Downloading that now as well. I also need to read the Motorcycle Diaries because that takes place in Nicaragua. So, very important book to have read. I actually need to get the movie. Actually, that's a good movie I need to get as well. Why? Why didn't I think of that? I've been meaning to watch that and totally forgot about it. Was from DS9. He passed away? When did he pass away? Not that he's so big I would have heard, but... Well, that's sad. Motorcycle Diaries. Motorcycle Diaries, 2004. In Spanish. Oh, is that in Spanish? Why did I not know that? It's Gael Garcia Bernal. Yeah, definitely getting the Motorcycle Diaries. I've always wanted to see that. Similar movies. Y tu mama también. I don't think that's actually a similar movie, but I'll give it to them. Same star, so okay. But if anyone's not seen Y tu mama, that's why I know the Motorcycle Diaries in Spanish. Actually, Y tu mama was one of my wife and my early movie favorites, because we're like old school movie buffs, and so there's a lot of film that we're really into, and that was one when we were dating or married that we really liked that movie. But it's and it was one of our inspirations for like discovering Mexico, like road trip Mexico kind of stuff. And I'm always looking for good like Mexican and Spanish movies, because it's a good way to learn Spanish, obviously, and both culture and language. Mary says, when renting a room or a house in Nicaragua, is it typical for the landlord to request a copy of your driver's license or passport so they have proof of who their tenants are? Yes, because it's required by law. So yeah, very common. You'll get some people who don't bother, but certainly that is something that they have to have. If you are renting anything, then they must have your passport. They don't have to keep your passport. They have to have a copy of it. It's just required. Will you get subtitles for the Motorcycle Diaries? Probably. It's very hard for me to hear Spanish in movies, but normally something like that I will watch with Spanish subtitles, because I can read Spanish quite well, quite fast, but hearing it, once I'm lost in any way, then it's very difficult. So probably, but I totally watch Spanish things in Spanish. He died in 2019. I guess it's been a little while. Expat says, I just want a budget hotel that's clean and has nice people running it. I heard a gecko lizard there. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I've got lots of geckos in here, and they're very loud when I do the show. Because I have the lights on. So the reason that the geckos are crazy right now is because I turn spotlights, LEDs, but there's one on either side, and they light up this back. But this is an outside window. And it draws in the insects. Now, we've put plastic over it so the insects don't come in anymore. That was a huge problem. It used to be when I did the live that the insects would just flood in and the room would just be crawling with things. Because I have a studio light right here. There's another one here, but this one's a little bit different. But this studio light would be covered in insects by the end of the show because it's just interlocking glass. So the insects would just come in. So we had plastic put over it behind the curtain, which makes the air conditioning much more efficient, obviously, and keeps it from being flooded with insects. But the geckos love to go there and hunt all the insects from the spotlights. So they're all calling to each other and organizing their event or whatever. All right. You guys are a little bit quiet. Oh, we're after 11, though. We're doing well. Doing well. Let me check with my kids what we're doing tonight. I need to get in my mental space if my kids want to hang out. Every so often, my youngest daughter would hang out every night. my eldest needs nights off, and so so sometimes it's like, no, it's only like one night a week, maybe two, but sometimes she'll be like, no, tonight I just want to hang out in my room, I just want to do my thing. And so sometimes I have to check, but if they're not gonna hang out, then I can hop into work and get a couple hours of work done and really focus. That's okay. Or I can go, obviously I prefer to go hang out with them and not work. But my boss was so happy with my work today. Like, she was freaking excited. She's like, no, that's really cool. I'm so, like, I love that we're showing this to the team. We're making people see we can get stuff done. Like, she's really excited about it. And that gets me all fired up. Like, I need to do stuff. Expat Pizzazz says, let's say I like it there and decided to stay a while. How long of a stay would warrant renting a room instead of staying in a hotel? That really comes down to less of your stay and more of your plans to move around. It's almost like 2 to 3 months that you'd want to stay when a room would start to be more sensible, because it's very difficult to find. Like, you'll put so much effort into trying to find a long-term rental. Now, as long as you don't mean Airbnb. If you're just like, look at Airbnb and be like, hey, let me call these people and get like a month rate, that's going to beat a hotel. That would make sense after maybe a week, maybe 2. But to try to do something else, nothing of value here is under 6 months rental. It's just how the market works. So you can easily end up trying to find a rental and burn a whole bunch of time doing it, and a whole bunch of stress doing it, because short-term rentals are such a challenge here, unless it's Airbnb. So I would say look for those Airbnbs right from the get-go, and that might solve a bunch of that. And then you can do a few weeks or a month in one place, say Granada, and then be like, I want to move on to Leon. Go find an Airbnb in Leon for a couple of weeks. Then be like, okay, I'm going to go check out Matagalpa. Go up there and do a month or whatever. And you can decide how long you're feeling like, and make a deal with an Airbnb for, hey, I'm going to take 3 weeks. Cut me a deal. And they will, right? They'll be like, yeah, nice. So not too bad. I'm at 80% of under fire at this point. There's not a ton of Airbnb here, but there is enough that most places, if you get out into like really rural areas with no tourists, you can end up in areas that don't have Airbnb support. So just be aware that you could end up like, oh, there's no Airbnbs in this place I want to go. How much is Airbnb? It's going to range hugely. Like, it'll be same as anywhere, right? From really cheap to really expensive, depending on what you're renting. Lots of Airbnb is just a room. So, my kids are up for our Supernatural tonight. So we're doing the final 2 episodes of season 7. Carry on my wayward son. Yeah. Good show. But you can find Airbnbs at all kinds of cost here. Certainly luxury ones, which is not what you're looking for. But you'll find some really cheap stuff at like $20-25 a night, where you're like a room or a small place. My doggy came over to see me. Hi, baby. Did I sing? And you don't like that. I see. She knows it's Supernatural time, and she loves it when my girls and we head into the other room, and it's her thing. We go in there, and she's like, I have all my family. This is my vibe. This is my jam. And she's such a good dog. You want to be on the show? They haven't seen you tonight. Come here. Come here. Here she comes. Come on. There we go. Are you on? There you are. There you are. You're on TV. Everybody's looking and saying, what a cute doggy. She's so sweet. She just turned 7 2 weeks ago. Yeah. He's our baby. He's the baby. Oh, yes. I love you too. Yes. Okay. Yeah. You're a good dog. Yeah. She's been in here for the whole show. And she's in here all day when I work, because this is my office. She just hangs out. Oh, you're shedding tonight. What's up? Okay. Yes. Oh, you're coming back up. Okay. And she's like, when are we going in the other room? I want to hang out with my family. I want it to be doggy time. It's gotta be doggy time. Yes, I know. I know. We'll come up. Okay, here we go. We're going to bring you up. Nice to sit there. Now they can see you. Yes. You're very popular. You're on all the videos in the background. Yes. She loves it when I film the show. She gets all worked up and runs around. Like, that's why she's running around, because she knows I'm filming, and she loses her mind. It is her favorite thing in the universe is when I go outside to film, because she knows I'm going to be outside with her for at least 20 minutes. And so she gets to go outside. She doesn't like to be there alone. She likes it when someone watches her, and then she runs around the yard like a maniac, and someone watches over her, and then she's happy. She never likes to be alone. She is a very nervous dog, and so she always needs people. My other dog is very aloof, the Boston Terrier. He's super snuggly, so at night, or anytime he's napping, he needs to be held. You have to hold him. He has to go under blankets. He's very, very needy, very physical contact. But when he's not napping or being held, he's like, whatever. And he'll go and go hang out in the yard for long periods of time with nobody around. And he doesn't care if he doesn't need people. He's super aloof. And you're like, this is such a weird... And then this one... She doesn't want to, like at night, she doesn't care if you hold her or anything like that. She wants to sleep. She'll sleep on the floor. If she's in the bed, she's always in the bed. But if she's in the bed, unless she's too warm, then she'll go to the floor. She sleeps at my feet, facing away. She doesn't really want to be touching. Not that she minds being touched, but she's really looking for a little bit of distance, and it's like you're there for her safety, and you need to be there at all times, and she never wants to be away from you, but she doesn't need physical contact. I've been here for hours. That's the first time she came over to just say hi or whatever. She doesn't really need that, but she's got to be in the room. The other dog's not in the room. He doesn't care. Sometimes I'll walk out. He'll be the only one in the house. He'll have a couch in the middle of the house, and he'll be like, I'm doing my own thing. And you're just like, what? And he'll be there for hours doing his own thing, and you're like, why? Why are you so weird? But, yep. Two very different dogs. Very different dogs. And then they have a doggy bed in here. And during the day, quite often the two of them will come in here and they'll both sleep on it. And they snuggle with each other. And then today they made room. And they know that like in the middle of the afternoon, I'll get tired. And sometimes I will come down and join them on the dog bed. And then they're so happy and we all just take a little nap. The dog bed. Healthcare there. When you go to the doctor, do you see a doctor or do you see a nurse or assistant instead of a doctor? How much does a doctor visit cost? So yeah, you see a doctor here. So this is really excellent healthcare here. So if you're going to a public hospital, that's going to be free. They don't even have a way to take money from you. If you are going to private, like here in Leon, typically if I'm going to go see a doctor, it's about $15 and you'll see a doctor in 10 minutes. That's about it. If you're in the capital and you want to go to like really high-end doctors, like you want to go to Vivian Palace to the super, you're going to pay more, easily $50, $45 to see a doctor there. Okay, we're going to wait for the ads. Waiting for the ads. Oh, it's good that you can tell us that you're watching ads while watching ads so that we know you're watching ads and know to just talk about the ads instead of the thing you asked. It's the act of asking a question that causes the ads. That's actually probably true. So I cannot hear you until they finish. He's still going. That's so funny. But at least it gives us something to talk about. The ads. It's the only thing that pays my bills. So be glad for the ads. He's still watching the ads. It's never going to end. Stuck on the ads. Bum, 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 bum. Are you back? Are you here? Are you with us? We're laughing. You can go back and watch the recorded video where I'm talking about the ads for a long time. All right, so assuming you're back, because the ads can only go for so long. Healthcare here, really good. You get in to see a doctor. You always see a doctor. I've never seen a nurse. Nurses come to your house and like give you shots and stuff, but Marcela, when she goes in for her chemotherapy treatments, she's just getting chemotherapy. Those are done now, but she's been going in, and when she gets her chemo, that's a nurse that does that because they're just doing the phlebotomy or whatever. That's not the right term. You know what I mean? Where they catalyze you and give you the injection. That's a nurse. And thank you for watching the ads to support the channel. I very much appreciate that. And we did wait for you. So we're going back to anything I might have said. So the public hospital is completely free. They have no way to take money. And they will... and you can always go there, right? So we know lots of people. Some people remember Jimmy from my channel. He decided in a drunken fit to well, I guess he wasn't. Well, he was drunk, but it wasn't a drunken fit. He sliced up his foot really bad on some roofing material, like sheet metal for roofing. So it really sliced up his foot. He needed stitches badly, and no one he was with knew what to do. So they just took him to the public hospital because they forgot to bring a wallet. They forgot to do anything, and they didn't want to deal with it. So he's like, "We'll just go to the public hospital." So they just went to the public hospital, which I would not recommend in most circumstances. I think most of the time, especially as a traveler, you're going to want the private hospitals. It's going to be worth the little bit of extra, the little bit of cost, because it's so much faster, and you're going to get generally a treatment that you're going to prefer. You're just going to be more comfortable with the overall process. So here in Leon, we would normally go to a Moxa, which is the private here in the city. Very low cost, $15 to see a doctor. I see a doctor in minutes. Like, it's so easy. We've gone in there a bunch. My knee hurt. I can't remember what it was, but my knee was bothering me. So I went. Man, my memory's going. I can't remember why I went. So I just went. I'm like, I want an X-ray. $15. I was done in under 20 minutes. Right? Like, that's it. They're like, what do you want an X-ray of? I'm like, this. They're like, okay. Took an X-ray. They're like, good. We're good. And so you have a lot of control over your healthcare. You can go get tests. You want to get an MRI? Just go get an MRI. That's going to cost you $95. But, right, private, really nice clinic, $95. You'll have one within probably 45 minutes. Right? Like, so it's a completely different experience than what we're used to in other places. I'm very happy with the healthcare here, consistently very happy with the healthcare here. Today's video is about the healthcare here. That's really, it's going to be fast, it's going to be a doctor, and they're going to listen to you, right? They're going to do what makes sense for you in most cases. Like, they really do put in an effort to understand what's going on, to try to figure out what you need to do. And if you need medicine, or if you decide you need medicine but you don't need to see a doctor, right? Oh my gosh, I've got strep throat, I need amoxicillin, I get this every so often, I know exactly what it is. I'm so frustrated having to go see a doctor, I don't want to do that, I just want to get the medicine and move on with my life. Just go to the pharmacy, get the medicine, and move on with your life. You don't have to go see a doctor. You don't have to waste that time. You don't have to expose anyone to the strep throat. You can just go to the pharmacy and buy what you need, and the cost of things at the pharmacy is very low, which is also very nice. So it's just a win on win on win going on. So we're just really consistently quite happy with all of that. Every aspect of the healthcare has just consistently been a very good experience for us overall. And so, oh, my dog wants to leave. Give me just a second. I gotta open the door for her. Why do you want to leave, little girl? What's going on? Oh, is there someone out there? Okay, busy. I've been abandoned by my dog. So yeah, so the whole hospital and medical experience here, we've just consistently very happy, and we've had to deal with stuff, right? We've lived here for a while, so I've had to deal with falling and getting seriously hurt. I've had to deal with friends and family having a couple strokes. We've gone through cancer with Marcela here. It goes on and on, like a lot of things. We've had a lot of exposure to the healthcare system, as anyone who lives here for a while does. Dental here is fantastic. Another thing is for pizzazz, right? We've had people who had their back go out. We've had people who had fevers. We have doctors come to the house, right? You don't necessarily have to go to the hospital. You don't necessarily have to go to a doctor. If you're willing to pay $20, $30, $40, you can have a doctor come. I think we paid $85. This is a number of years ago. We had a doctor and a nurse, middle of the night, came to the house with medicines, with equipment, and it was a back thing. It wasn't like a heart attack or anything. But they were going to struggle to get up and get to the hospital. And so we're like, can we get a doctor in house? And everyone's like, of course you can. And so they just called a doctor, and the doctor just came to the house and dealt with everything. And when I had my really bad knee event last year, while trying to help someone else at a hospital, I just fell over like a random old guy and hurt my knee like a random old guy. And with that, I needed to have it abrided every day, and that was horrible. And I had to have an IV every day, and so I had a nurse, not a doctor, because it was just it was just abriding and applying the stuff and an IV, and I wouldn't have done it if I didn't need the IV. And so I have an on-call nurse now that we just call anytime we need an IV, and it can be like, I would not do this, but if I have a hangover here, you can just call a nurse and they will come to your house with an IV and load you up with fluids so you don't have a hangover anymore. For real, that's a thing. And that will cost you like, I don't know, $15-20. And but I really needed my knee abrided and this IV. And so we would just pay whatever it was, $15 every day, and he would just come over and take care of it. And he just made life so much easier. Because I don't have time to go somewhere, especially hooked up to the IV. I don't have the energy to do, I just don't want to deal with someone taking me to the hospital, spend all that time. He just comes over on a motorcycle, brings everything. If we need medicine, if it's like, oh my gosh, it's killing me today, he'd be like, okay, I'm going to get you some painkillers. He would just swing by the pharmacy and get them for me if I needed he got the IV, all of that. And so the convenience of healthcare here has been very much like I found in Ukraine, that it was just, it's actually designed around your needs. You're not designed around the needs of the hospital. Jean says, I wish I knew about the IV for the hangovers. That's a really goofy thing, but it's actually quite popular here. And I have a lot of friends who are doctors, and they all do it for each other. They all keep IVs at home, and they'll just drink like wild and be like, I got a hangover, boom. They'll just give themselves an IV. I'm like, I really hate having a hangover, but I also don't love getting an IV to the point where I'm just like, give me an IV, I got a hangover. Like, they're so casual about getting IVs here. It's a little bit crazy in my personal view. The frivolousness with which they are willing to do IVs. Obviously, an IV is not a big deal, or they couldn't do it for so many things at a hospital or whatever. So, okay, it's just a needle and it's just water. So, okay. But it really never ceases to amaze me. In the U.S., that would be so not an option, right? They would never let you do that. No one would do it for you. The cost would be astronomical. And here it's like, man, I got $20, hook me up with some fluids. And then they just do it. It's a different world. And while it's not a thing that I want, it is the fact that you can do these things. I appreciate so much that there isn't some government agency just taking away your right to give yourself water, right? Like, no government anywhere has any business restricting your access to fluids. That's so dumb. And yet, that's how the world works in North America, for example. I have a six-pack abs, which I want to maintain. How much is a personal trainer there? I really don't know, but a local personal trainer, I've never heard of one, right? So they're not common. But I can't imagine that they're expensive. Anything like that, I would expect, well, keep in mind, most of those jobs pay less than $300 a month, or around $300 a month. So you can figure out what a position that pays $300 a month will be like as a thing, right? At some point, just hire a person to be your full-time personal trainer for the month, and they never leave you. And every time you go to pick up a sandwich, they're like, no! And they smack it away. They just follow you around, smacking your food away. And every time you try to eat something, they make you do sit-ups. You can just have a full-time person that does that. All right, that's where things get weird here, is that hiring people to do things can be very cheap. And so, now we have companies here, but my wife will be like, a friend of ours is a teacher, and she's like, oh, the school's treating you terribly. You're done. You're coming to work for us now. Like, absolutely not. Right? Like, we'll find something for you to do. And that's doable in so many cases, and valuable, right? Because people need jobs. So if you do that and someone works, then someone else can take the job they were doing, and everyone wins. And it's great to be able to positively impact the place in such a tangible way. And things like, oh, I could just have a full-time person to help me with any random thing is really powerful. And so once you live here, obviously as a tourist, it's a little bit weird. Once you live here, having people to help with a lot of different things can be very valuable. And so we talk about this on the show quite a bit. I have a full-time cook, and 6 days a week, 10 hours a day. Probably not 10 hours a day, but a full day. She normally comes in she comes in at 8, leaves at 5. But 6 days a week, and just cooks and does whatever. She does the shopping and the cooking, and so it allows me to be sitting here and be like, hey, I need a sandwich. So often I'll be here sitting at my desk, and I'll be like, hey, I need a burrito, I need whatever. And so it's the same thing for private intermediary Spanish, right? You can get a full-time teacher for $300. A lesson is typically like $20, but if you want someone for a whole bunch of lessons, it's going to get a lot cheaper. And do you want it in your house? Do you want it online? Do you want it... Sorry, there was a fly in my wine. And, those things will matter. If they're in tourist areas, obviously it'll cost a lot more. If it's a tourist school or whatever, it will cost a lot more. But having someone come to your house and do stuff, or just hiring someone for one-on-one, especially if you have flexible time, you can find someone who teaches English or Spanish during the day. They're a Spanish teacher, but you get them on their off hours and they're just doing extra work. You pay someone... generally, a really common number here is $14, because $14 is 500 cord, so that's the bill, the second largest bill here. So it's a really common amount for things to be paid for that. So someone's going to come teach you a lesson, paying them 500 cord would end up being a very common amount, and a very good income for someone. Right, because they're only coming for an hour. It's not super stressful. Now if they have to give up their day job to do it, obviously that's different. But if they're not giving up their day job, and this is just something they're doing in the evening, then that's a very good extra evening income for them. So you'll see a lot of things priced out at that amount. Because we all have, it's a bill you can hand very easily. Oh, $300 a month is $75 a week. Exactly. Right? At some point you're like, oh, yeah, full-time personal trainer. That could be a thing. Now, a really good one is going to cost more, right? But mostly you just need them for discipline in many cases. So... Guitar lessons for only $14. Oh, I'm sure they would do guitar lessons for $14. That would be... I can only imagine that would be pretty good money for that. And when you think about that, if someone was to do that all the time, that would be amazing money, right? You could live here really well. It sounds like fun there. Life is good here. Like, it really is. Sorry, I'm checking some... Oh, shoot. What? 126. That's not right. That is not right. I'm just crazy. What's the best way to support my channel? Well, I mean, I'm sure the best way is to buy me a coffee. I will send it right here. This has I get the most money. For every dollar you put in, I get the most here. Buy me a coffee.com/Scott Miller. That is me. It's like Patreon. I say this on every show. It's like Patreon. Comes directly to me. Yeah, that's the way that gives me the best cut. Google is the most convenient, but my cut is not as good. The buy me a coffee is the best ratio for sure. You can send just some coffee, or you can join. We have a membership that you can join on the channel here, or you can join on Buy Me a Coffee in either place. It doesn't really give you anything particularly, but it gives you that I'm sending a little bit every month to help make it all possible, which I super appreciate because, one, it's a lot of time, but also the cameras and equipment are crazy expensive. People don't realize I have something like almost $1,000 a year in recurring expenses just for like the software and licensing and things that I need to do the show. So it adds up. A lot, actually. Like I really appreciate the money that comes in, but a lot of it goes to just making the show. Because like this camera costs a few $1,000s. I have to buy a GoPro every year. I have to buy a lot of other things all the time, and it really does add up. Jean says, I could not tell if the Nicaraguans were dismayed by my lack of Spanish. What is the general attitude towards non-Spanish speakers? I think generally it's pretty good. They don't tend to speak other things here, so they're frustrated by the fact that they can't talk to you. Like, that's real. Like, they can't talk to you. And so that can be difficult just because of the necessary logistics of, oh, that's just not a thing we can do. But I think the understanding that people don't speak Spanish is pretty good. They're used to that. It's very normal. You know, what are they going to do, right? And why would you speak Spanish? Where are you coming from? And that's normally the thing. Very few places. France is the exception. Do people just expect you to learn their language when you don't have access to it in many cases, right? Like, how would I learn Spanish before I came to a Spanish-speaking country? That's one of the reasons you come to a Spanish-speaking country, is the hope to learn a new language. I grew up in New York. I never met anyone who spoke Spanish. I never had any way to hear Spanish in person. Once I was an adult, yeah, but when I was a kid, like, we didn't have access. There was no books, no TV, no audio, nothing. You couldn't hear Spanish anywhere except on Sesame Street. Like one word. It's not even Dora the Explorer. So that was very hard growing up. So I really appreciate hearing Spanish all the time and now being immersed in it. I think my high school Spanish teacher would be pretty amazed that two of us from my class live here in Nicaragua and speak Spanish every day. She would be like, "What? What?" That would be pretty interesting. I studied Spanish in college, but when I don't use it, I just tend to get rusty. Oh yeah, if I go without speaking anything for any amount of time, like, so I used to speak Italian, right? Because I lived in Italy, so I took the time to learn Italian, and I was really impressed. I used to speak Italian better than I speak Spanish, and now I can't even speak Italian. I've completely lost it, and it's like, oh my gosh! But I used to live in Italy and speak Italian, like that was my thing. It's very sad that it went away. I wish I still spoke Italian. I was not good, right? But I spoke Italian. All right. Well, it is after 11:30, which I think that's pretty good. This is definitely a short one tonight. We're at 4.5 hours, which is pretty darn short, but we're gonna need to. I've been working a lot, and I need to go spend time with my kids. And we've only got 14 people on, so we've dwindled, right? We had a good night though. It was good crowd, new people. Thank you so much, guys, for coming on. If you have future questions, certainly get on the channel. If you go on the channel, if you need anything, go on any episode and look in the show notes. Links to Buy Me a Coffee, of course, is there. All of our GoFundMes are there, although those are kind of on hold. We're still figuring that out. They are frustrating. But Buy Me a Coffee, my email, all that is in there. My social media is all in there. So you can reach me that way. Even on this episode, right? On the live. It's all there. Spanish is a good language to learn. Over in the Philippines, their language shares 4,000 words. Tagalog shares 4,000 words with Spanish. Expats Possess has subscribed, so next time I won't be so late. Very nice. Awesome. Well, welcome to our little community here. Yeah, definitely subscribe. Definitely buy me a coffee. Consider my book on Amazon. It's nothing to do with travel or relocation, so no one ever really wants my book. But if you're into IT, it's a good book. I'm hoping pretty soon we're going to have some sponsors like other channels, which after 10 years, it's time to do a little bit of that. I'm working on getting a web host and web design company. Like, all those places are like Squarespace. I'm not doing that BS. I'm going to get actual good places that I believe in, that have something unique. Everyone knows how to reach Squarespace. If that's the right place for you, you don't need me to tell you about it. But I'm going to see if I can figure out getting the places I know, like Hostadillo and Tocadillo and Sunflower Blooms, involved, and get some like interesting, something different. Maybe get some actual, kind of sponsorship thing going on. I think that'd be good. So maybe, I don't know. I've been doing this for so long that, but anyway. So we do this pizzazz on. We try to do this every Thursday night. That is our thing. We shoot for. I try when I'm not working crazy hours to start around 4, and we try to go to pretty close to midnight, kind of like we're doing now. Tonight we started super late, so you're not the only one who was late. I was crazy late. If we're doing a good week, we'll do like a little after 4 to a little after midnight, and those are awesome shows. We get really into it, and I'm feeling good tonight, but it is late. And there is stuff to do, and it's been just a crazy busy month. But I think the show reflects that too. Every episode is very rushed and quite different. But we've gotten some really popular ones. I think the forced change of format is allowing me to get a few episodes out that are different, and that's kind of good. That we're just shaking things up a little bit. That's good, but they're also not the best episodes. So they're shaking things up, yes, but knocking them out of the park, no. Which is to be expected with all the work going on. So, Gene, thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. I will say goodnight to everyone. We're going to cut it off here and give it a thumbs up for sure. Share with people, let everyone know about the show. Buy me a coffee, blah, blah, blah. And I will see all of you.